Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours.
I'd like to invite to welcome us here and set the pace. I would like to invite the Minister of General Duties under the Office of the Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Justine Kasule Lumumba. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a round of applause as she officially now comes in to set the stage. Right Honourable Justine, we do welcome you to set the stage for us and officially set the ball rolling for the 3 days that we are going to be here under the theme of coordinated actions for accelerated national socio-economic transformation amidst the global partnership reforms that are existent. Welcome.
Right Honourable Robina Nabanja,
recording in progress,
and Leader of Government Business in Uganda, Honourable Ministers present, Head of Public Service and Secretary to Cabinet, Your Excellency the United Nations Resident Coordinator, Your Excellency Ambassadors and Heads of Mission, Permanent Secretaries, District Leaders, Chairperson 0C5, who prefer to be called District Governors, Resident District Commissioners, and all leaders from local governments and the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning everybody. It is my pleasure and privilege to warmly welcome you to this National Performance Review Conference 2026. We meet at a critical moment when the urgency to accelerate Uganda's socio-economic transformation must be matched by stronger coordination, sharper accountability, and more effective partnership. At the same time, global dynamics, including reforms within the United Nations system and tight coordinated actions for national socio-economic transformation amidst global partnership reforms, speaks directly to this reality. It challenges us to ensure that our collective efforts translate into measurable improvements in the lives of our people. Over the next 3 days, Right Honourable, our discussions will follow a clear and deliberate progress. So on day one, which is today, we will reflect on the regional and global context, including progress on the Kampala Declaration and implications of global reforms on our development agenda. The second day, we will assess Uganda's performance across government, both central and local governments, with a strong focus on service delivery realities and ministerial accountability. This is where we must confront bottlenecks and commit to concrete collective actions. On the third day, we'll look ahead, consolidating our discussions into a clear set of commitments and actions to strengthen policy coherence, performance alignment, and implementation. This structure is intentional. It is designed to move us from commitments to results, from discussions to accountability and value for money, and from fragmented efforts where they do exist to more coordinated national impact. Government has made important progress in strengthening performance management through better alignment of plans and budgets, introductions of performance contracts, and improved monitoring and evaluation systems. We must also go digital if we are to match the current challenges. However, we are all aware that challenges remain, particularly in coordination, financing alignment, and accountability for results and value for money. This conference therefore provides us with an opportunity to take stock honestly and, more importantly, to agree on practical, time-bound actions that will accelerate delivery. I wish to commend the strong partnership between government and the United Nations system and development partners. As reforms continue globally, our focus must remain clear: alignment to national priorities and tangible results on the ground. Distinguished participants, I encourage you to engage openly and constructively. Let this not be just another meeting, but a platform for decision and decisive action. I extend my appreciation to the Prime Minister, Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, for steering us clear in this effort. And I request you, let's clap for her as our Chief Convener, for having led us to organize this in a tireless way, leaving no room for any air to disorganize. And also want to also recognize the team from the Office of the Prime Minister, both political and technical. I'm here to say thank you. But in a special way, I also want to thank my colleagues, the ministers, who have come to make sure we discuss and be able to serve Uganda better than the way we have been serving. We've kept improving because we continue working together as a team under the leadership of the Prime Minister. In a special way, Right Honorable Prime Minister, allow me to thank the agencies, private sector, and also all the non-state actors like the Interreligious Council. So I take this opportunity to welcome you, but at the same time thank you for being so meaningful on the line of delivery to the people in this country. I also want to take this opportunity, Right Honorable, to thank you in a special way for inviting the executive of the African SDG Bureau, the regional bureau, and we're all present. Can I recognize you, my colleagues, Honorable Fabrice and team? We shall introduce you later, but stand up so that people from the districts are able to know that we have the leadership on the African continent of the SDGs. Let's welcome them once again in the Ugandan style. Welcome. We shall introduce them later in the session to follow. As I conclude, I reaffirm government's commitment to strengthening performance, deepening accountability, and improving service delivery for all Ugandans. I thank you for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Justine Kasule Lumumba, for setting the stage for us. I love that she talked about the fact that today is a day, or today, tomorrow, and the day after will be days for open engagement and taking decisions. If it were a Bible, we would say that in as much as many of us could have been reading from the book of Lamentations, by the end of the conference, we should open the book of Acts. Because yes, the challenges are there, but we will need to be moving forward and finding what decisive solutions we'll be able to implement. I would now like to take this opportunity. Our plans are as Uganda, but to regional and international plans that we also need to fulfill.
Excellency, Right Honourable Prime Minister Robina Nabanja, Excellencies Ministers, State Ministers of the Republic of Uganda, Ambassadors, Heads of Mission, representatives of foreign governments, distinguished government officials, including those from local government, Members of Parliament, religious leaders, representatives of development partner organizations, of civil society organizations, the private sector, academia, research institutions, and media. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Now, it's an absolute honor to be here as a representative from the local development partners group, the LDPG, on Uganda's development agenda. Thank you to the government of Uganda, and especially to you, Right Honourable Prime Minister, for bringing us together for this National Performance Review Conference. Now, I would say I'm looking around the room, bringing this many actors together is no small achievement, trying to align diaries of ministers, agencies, partners and local governments. Do you know, I think that's almost a development outcome in itself, so well done to the organisers. Now, what we welcome, Prime Minister, about this conference particularly is its intentional joining up. Under your leadership and that of the OPM, this is a whole of government, it's a whole of society approach. Now, I'm delighted just before I came in to meet some NGOs and some civil societies that are here for the very first time. It's a very inclusive approach. Because bringing together national performance, local government assessments, SDG reporting, it's not just tying up loose ends, it reflects how development really needs to work in Uganda. From cabinet decisions to district offices, from Kampala to Karamoja, from policies approved to services delivered. And that coherence really matters, not just to partners like us, but I see members of parliament, ministers, local government officials. It matters to citizens waiting for a clinic to open, for a road to be finished, for a public service to work as promised. Now, today's discussions also build on the outcomes of the 11th African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, hosted right here in Uganda, leading to the Kampala Declaration, and the progress review of which forms part of today's discussions. Now, this continuity also reinforces the National Development Plan 4 and also the Vision 2040 as long-term anchors of Uganda's sustainable development journey. Now, Right Honourable Prime Minister, Uganda's put in place strong structures to deliver the 2030 agenda. Since 2016, the SDG coordination framework, anchored in the Office of the Prime Minister, has created space for government, for partners, for civil society and the private sector to work together. And it's helped integrate the SDG targets into plans, into policies and into strategies. But ladies and gentlemen, this is a performance review conference. Now, I know the Prime Minister challenges us that we have to make a difference. I know our Interreligious Council leaders, as they were opening, said we need to speak in this conference with truth and integrity. So I will be honest. The 2024 voluntary review and the recent SDG progress reports, they show us that the pace of delivery is not matching ambition. And Ugandans know it. They feel it when projects stall, when funds arrive late, or when outcomes look better on paper somehow than they are on the ground. So this important performance review conference, we also need to recognise it's taking place at a difficult time globally. Madam Minister of General Duties set this out incredibly well. We need to deal with the world as we find it to have an impact. Global development cooperation is undergoing an unprecedented transformation. Development partner financing, or aid, is declining. The cost of capital is high. The debt pressures are real. And the global uncertainty that really has become a backdrop to our lives, not just an exception. And in Uganda, those global pressures meet very practical realities, a young and growing population with rising expectation, a demanding environment for any government. But this is not just a story about constraint and challenge, it's a story of transition and transformation. And that's why we strongly welcome this conference theme, coordinated actions for national socio-economic transformation amidst global partnership reforms. It captures exactly where we are. It deals with the world as we find it. Right Honourable Prime Minister, with only a few years left to 2030, acceleration is no longer optional, it's essential. the results that Uganda needs, as Madam Minister set out, the results won't come from business as usual. So in that context, we really commend your ambition to move, as Uganda, from spending state to financing state. That was set out in the MPF at technical level in 2025. In today's world, development partner funding, external funding, can only be a complement, not the whole solution. So from a development partner perspective that I have been asked to speak from, 3 shifts matter when it comes to financing Uganda's development priorities. First, a shift from aid and public expenditure to diversified and predictable funding grounded in domestic resource mobilization with innovation at the heart of it. Now that's not just about money, that's about ownership. Secondly, we all need to recognize public financial management isn't just a technical issue for accountants and for auditors. Every delay, every bottleneck, every underperforming project has got a human cost, and many of you leaders have to bear the brunt when citizens tell you that. The Auditor General's 2025 findings are a reminder that efficiency isn't optional. Tackling delays, removing regulatory barriers are essential to the flow of funding and to the delivery that the public really wants to see. As we've heard from Madam Minister of General Duties, measurement and accountability really matters. Now, there's a quote that really brings this home to me. I don't know if you've heard it. The management thinker and engineer, W. Edwards Deming, famously says, "In God we trust, all others must bring data and evidence." And I think that's fair enough. If we're going to drive sharper accountability, sharper performance, we need to measure results, and we need to assess what we're doing. Now, the third shift is that partnerships must continue to evolve. The world is changing, as we talked about this morning, so we need to keep pace with that. PPPs, south-to-south and triangular cooperation, and a genuinely enabling environment that attracts international partnership, that foreign investment, that really matters, and it needs teamwork. Now, across the LDPG partners, if I add all of us together, we're networked to thousands of current and potential businesses, sectors, jobs, tourists. We've got good insights into how policy and legislation or regulatory frameworks can further help or inadvertently hinder a country's attractiveness to partners and investors. Now, Right Honourable Prime Minister, when we last met, we agreed that Agali, Awamu, Gegaluma, and Yama. Yes, those who work together can chew the meat. Now, if you, Prime Minister, continue to think of your LDPG partners as standing ready to chew the meat with you. We stand ready to engage informally, as friends and partners, as ideas and plans are shaping at the very start of the journey, not at the end, and not just to highlight problems at the end of the road. Now, I would say, the Prime Minister gave me some homework. She says, you have to learn another proverb. Now, I have tried. So, Prime Minister, are you ready for this? And I'm going to give you a clue to the audience because my Luganda is still not very good. This one's about beer calabashes, I think. Are you ready? Yes. Aboluganda bita, bikunagana nayete biatica. Now, I think maybe the Prime Minister would give me 4 out of 10, okay? So I'm going to take away the homework. But ladies and gentlemen, what that means, I think, is relationships are like beer calabashes. They bump together, but they don't break. So if we're going to drive results and we drive performance, we might have different views on things, but we can exchange and our beer calabashes will not break. Right Honourable Prime Minister, in convening this conference, Uganda to me is already modelling that kind of joined-up approach that this global point in history demands. Integrating the SDGs into national performance reviews, bringing partners into the room, it helps strengthen mutual accountability and transparency, as well as ensuring that these partnerships deliver measurable and sustainable impact for Uganda. On behalf of the LDPG, let me reaffirm our commitment to supporting Uganda's development ambitions. If we come back to the theme of this conference, when we look at our joint work on realigning development financing architecture, on the revision of the national partnership policy, on the preparation of the joint accountability and results framework that's going to monitor the hard results of our cooperation. We can see that our cooperation is already bearing fruit. Right Honourable Prime Minister, we remain guided by national leadership and national priorities. We stand ready to support efforts to strengthen performance, to deepen partnerships, to deliver results that Ugandans can see and feel and be part of shaping. So let me end where I began. Performance is not about reports. Coordination's not just about meetings. Partnership's not just about paperwork. Our shared ambition of achieving the SDGs, of advancing the Africa agenda, realizing Uganda's Vision 2040, calls for acting together, it calls for innovation, and it calls for partnership. Now, Right Honourable Prime Minister, I have one more proverb to try on you. So, we know agali awamu gegaluma enyama. Someone told me another one. I love the fact that there are so many proverbs about working together. That says something lovely about Uganda. Now, let's try this. Kamu kamu gwe muganda. Now, I think what I'm saying is one by one makes a bundle. We look forward to working in partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a productive and results-focused conference. Thank you very much.
Really distinguished guests. I think Her Excellency Lisa deserves a bigger round of applause. She gave us a challenge on those statements right there. We're getting on better, I know. We're getting on really, really well. But Her Excellency has given us a reminder about the fact that there needs to be acceleration. Many at times when we're setting goals and plans, we give deadlines, we give timelines to it, and we look at that as just a big roll or a big long line over years and months and weeks to come. And as we draw closer, we start panicking probably because we've not been able to fulfill to the percentage that we do require. And that is why she says that acceleration at this point in time is very essential as we draw closer to the many deadlines that we've put ourselves into. But also efficiency not being optional in the kind of work that we do. Just like she clearly said, when we're talking about performance, it's not really about how many reports we get to produce, but just how much impact out of the work that we are doing. And that is the reason why we're here today, tomorrow, and the day after, not to just look at the reports that have been produced, but to be able to see what value is getting out of there. And without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite back the Minister of General Duties, the Right Honourable Justine Kasule Lumumba, who will also do the honors of inviting our Chief Convener, who is the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda. Let's welcome back the Right Honourable Justine with a round of applause.
Thank you so much. Once again, I welcome you. You know, in the Bible we are told you may have everything and prepare everything and be very ready and invite people, but none may turn up for different reasons, but you had to forego everything to come and be here as we find solutions as a continent. Right Honourable Prime Minister, allow me introduce the ministers who are here. We have Honourable Dr. Ruth Nankabirwa Sentamu, the Minister of Mineral Energy and Mineral Development. Please stand up. There she is at the back. Have Honourable Peter Lokeri Steko, the Minister in charge of Karamoja Affairs in the Office of the Prime Minister. We have Honourable Magode Ikuya, the Minister of State for East African Affairs and Regional Cooperation. We have Honourable Asamo Heren, the Minister in the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development in charge of people with disability affairs. Then we have Honorable Mary Mugasa, the Minister of State in the Ministry of Public Service, Minister in Charge Public Service. Right Honorable Prime Minister, allow me also introduce the following dignitaries from outside Uganda. We have Her Excellency Mama Keita, the Deputy Executive Secretary, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA. Then we have Honorable Fabrice David, the Junior Minister for Agro-Industry, Food Security, and the Blue Economy and Fisheries in the Republic of Mauritius, and the first Vice Chairperson of the African Regional SDG Bureau. Is my Vice Chairperson, first Vice Chairperson. We also have Honorable Siring Farunjie, who is from the Office of the Vice President, the Republic of Gambia. We have Honorable Olive Aho, the Member of Parliament in the Republic of Cameroon, and also Vice Chairperson. We have Honorable Sid Ahmed Ould Bo, the Minister for the Economy and Finance in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. He's yet to arrive and be with us. Right Honorable Prime Minister, allow me to introduce, we shall have so many speakers today, but let me single this out before we get to the time when they are supposed to come and address us. We have His Excellency Leonard Zulu, the UN Resident Coordinator here in our country, and who we work with cordially every day. We also have Mr. Adam Kesha Ludbeck, Head of Cooperation of the Embassy of Sweden, Local Government Partners Group, and who is also co-chair. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the participants for this conference, we are supposed to have the chief participant, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda. You are the chief convener, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, and the leader of government business in Parliament. Cabinet ministers, development partners, Economic Commission Office, Africa, permanent secretaries, I'm sorry, now protocol matter, head of public service and secretary to cabinet and the team, they're also supposed to be participants and they are present. Can I have the two who are here? Please stand up for recognition. We shall give details later. Welcome, let's clap for them. They lead the technical team in this country. Then we have heads of government institutions, resident district commissioners, district chairpersons, chief administrative officers, private sector, academia, civil society organizations, interreligious council, and some youths in the representative capacity, plus your team from the Office of the Prime Minister. I want to take this opportunity to invite you as the person representing His Excellency,
distinguished development partners, representatives of local governments, private and civil society representatives, ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this material time to bring you warm greetings from His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President and the President-elect of the Republic of Uganda. He conveys his appreciation for your continued dedication to service of our country. I am pleased to inform you that His Excellency, the President, will address and officially close this conference on Friday, the 17th April this year. which underscores the high importance the government attaches to this national performance review process. Allow me once again to make reference to the ongoing leadership retreat in Chankwanzi, where I was personally, where new leaders or elected leaders are being oriented on their roles and responsibilities. And this is to accelerate our national development agenda. Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the Chankwanzi retreat underscores the critical message that leadership must be anchored on discipline, patriotism, measurable results for development of our people. And of course, this conference, therefore, is a natural continuation of that national conversation, focusing specifically on how we translate leadership into performance and service delivery. Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to this National Performance Review Conference, a critical platform for reflection, accountability, renewed commitment to Uganda's development agenda. Since 2023, government of Uganda has deepened its focus on results-oriented leadership, ensuring national priorities are not only planned for, but effectively implemented, monitored, and reported upon. This conference, therefore, comes at a very important moment when we must take stock of our collective performance, assess progress across sectors and local governments, and align more firmly with the aspirations of our people as outlined in the national development plans and the sustainable development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is unique in its design. For the first time, we are bringing together three critical processes: the National Annual Performance Review, the Local Government Performance Assessment, and the review of the Sustainable Development Goals implementation into one integrated platform. This now reflects the government's commitment to a whole of government and a whole of society approach to development, where coordination, data, and accountability are critical to delivery. Over the past years, we have made notable progress. We have strengthened the coordination mechanisms across the government, expanded national results framework, and improved the data systems to track performance. Uganda has also continued to demonstrate leadership at regional and global levels. For example, our president of Uganda has been the chair of non-allied movement. We are the chair of the Group of 77 and China. Our president is now the chair of the East African Community. We have successfully hosted the 11th Africa Regional Forum on sustainable development and advancing the Kampala Declaration and its key messages. Our task now is to translate these commitments into tangible outcomes for our people. However, we are also faced with challenges ranging from resource constraints to implementation bottlenecks at both central and local government levels. And so this conference provides us with an opportunity to openly interrogate these issues, share practical solutions, and agree on actionable steps to accelerate delivery. Honorable members, as a leader of government business in Parliament, I place great importance on ensuring that what is approved in policy and budget is effectively implemented on ground. The insights from this conference will therefore directly inform government decision-making, strengthen accountability across institutions, and guide our engagements with Parliament and our development partners. Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the National Organizing Committee, led by Mrs. Jane Charlisima, the Deputy Head of Public Service. Mr. Kakoza Alex, the Permanent Secretary, Office of the Prime Minister. Together with all subcommittees and partners, for the excellent work undertaken in preparing this conference. In your dedication, coordination, and commitment have made this important national engagement possible. Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I urge all participants to engage effectively, openly, and constructively. Let us focus on solutions, innovations, and measurable impact. Our ultimate goal is clear: to improve service delivery, create opportunities for our people, and ensure that no one is left behind. In doing this, we must change the way we do our work. We must produce results and create impact to our population with less money. We must use less to produce results. It is now my pleasure to officially declare this National Performance Review Conference open for God and my country. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a bigger round of applause to our convener, our chief convener, because like the Minister of General Duties said, every invitation that you received had the signature of the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda. Sometimes I wonder how she does it. Very busy schedules, but makes sure that for performance, for delivery of results, she will be available to do exactly that. Now, as we transition into our keynote, we have our youngsters in here with us. They may not be right in front of us, but very soon you're going to have them displayed on the screen. We know that Uganda's population, when we look at our demography, we have a huge percentage of young people because our age of consent is 18, but 30 and below, we have almost more than 80% of our population below the age of 30. I normally love to remind ourselves and ask how far away you are from the age of 30, or how far away you are from the median age of Uganda, which is about 16. The president reminds us and tells us we are also fellow youth, former youth. So that reminds us of that one. I was doing all this to invite Clever's Origin Junior School to give us a beautiful item, which is particularly crafted for this conference, this review conference that we are having. And over to you now, Clever's Origin. I know you may not all be able to turn, but in just a few, we'll have Clever's Origin onto our screens.
Uganda rise now. Uganda move forward. Clever's Origin. We are working together as one team. We are building our country every day. We are improving services for our people. We are moving forward step by step. We are working together as one team. We are building our country every day. We are improving services for our people. We are moving forward step by step.
A big round of applause to Clever's Origin Junior School. Thank you for the beautiful message right there, crafted in a song. It's time for us to work together, leave no one behind, but focus on putting together and implementing the aspirations and the commitments that we've committed ourselves to. Shortly before we do get to have our keynote address, I am going to request the Right Honorable Prime Minister to please just step forward again for a group picture together with our ministers that are present and our development partners, the local partners development group, and thereafter immediately we will be having the keynote address, or we could actually have the group picture after the keynote address, most probably, yes. Let's have the group picture. I've been signaled. We'll have the group picture immediately after. We'll have the Prime Minister. We will have the ministers present, all together with the local partners development group. And so right now, to speak about the topic of consolidating Africa's development gains amidst global financing constraints and the UN system reforms, the strategic pathways for resilient and inclusive growth, we will be receiving our keynote address from the Deputy Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, Her Excellency Mama Keita. Let's give her a round of applause, because we know not just COVID-19, but the global wars as well have caused quite some constraints from our partners, and we need to forge a way forward of getting the resources to fulfill our aspirations.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Your Excellency, Madam Robina Nabanja, the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, the Right Honorable, Your Excellency, Madam Justine Kasule Lumumba, the Right Honorable Minister for General Duties, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Member of the Bureau of ARFSD 11, Your Excellencies, Member of the Diplomatic Corps and representative of international and regional organizations, distinguished partners and delegates from the private sector, the civil society, academia, the media, the community of religious, the local communities, distinguished colleagues, partners, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And it is a great honor for me to deliver the keynote address on behalf of Mr. Claver Gatete, the United Nations Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ECA, at this National Performance Review Conference, being held under the theme Coordinated Actions for Accelerated National Social Economic Transformation Amidst Global Partnership Reforms. It is noteworthy that the conference will conduct a review of Uganda's performance in implementing the SDGs alongside a stocktake of the implementation of the Kampala Declaration adopted by the 11th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, which was hosted by Uganda in April last year. Allow me, therefore, to begin by conveying the profound appreciation of the ECA Executive Secretary to His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of Uganda, the government and people of Uganda, for generously hosting the 11th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. I also want to express deep appreciation to the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Ms. Robina Nabanja, for the kind invitation to this conference and for the warm and generous hospitality. I wish to extend further appreciation to the Right Honorable Prime Minister for her exemplary leadership in championing Africa's voice and priorities during Uganda's tenure as chair of the Bureau for the 11th session of the ARFSD over the past year. I would like to recognize the presence of the honorable members of the Bureau of the 11th session of ARFSD from Mauritius, Cameroon, the Gambia, and I understand Mauritania will soon join as well. I acknowledge and appreciate the strong partnership of the United Nations country team, the development partners, the private sector, and civil society for the productive collaboration that contributed to the successful and memorable 11th session of ARFSD. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and partners, we gather at a moment of profound global uncertainty and transformation. The international community continues to navigate a complex landscape shaped by recurring and compounding crises. The aftermath of the 2008 global financial crisis are still visible in structural vulnerabilities. These vulnerabilities have been revealed and further exacerbated by COVID-19 pandemic and persistent geopolitical tensions. In addition, the world faces heightened global instability and weakening multilateralism. What we are facing is not a cycle. It is a structural shift in the global development model. The impact of climate change remains severe, with extreme weather, energy insecurity, and rising adaptation costs shaping global economic stress. In 2026, Sustainable Finance Outlook highlights intensifying pressures on budgets, rising climate shocks, and widening inequalities, especially in vulnerable economies. These challenges are further compounded by the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, which is adding volatility to energy markets, disrupting supply chains, and increasing uncertainty in global trade and investment flows. The global economy is projected to grow at only 2.7% in 2026, below both 2025 levels and the pre-pandemic average. Africa's situation mirrors these global challenges, which have serious consequences for socioeconomic progress and the timely delivery of the SDGs and the Agenda 2063. However, Africa is not failing the SDGs, it is the system that is failing Africa. Development financing for Africa is deteriorating. Official development assistance fell by around 20% in 2025. The continent faces 20-year highs in debt servicing obligation. African nations were expected to pay 84.4 billion in external debt services in 2024. Debt distress is now a continent-wide systemic challenge, not a country-specific issue. High debt burdens increasingly crowd out development spending, limiting investment in health, education, and critical infrastructure and SDGs in general. The geopolitical spillovers, high debt service burdens, and climate change are limiting economic growth and job creation and the attainment of the SDGs. Africa is projected to grow at 4.1% in 2026. This is inadequate to achieve the SDGs. As such, the region is making slow progress in 12 out of the 17 goals and regressing in 5 of them. These overlapping crises underscore that our ability to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and Africa's Agenda 2063 requires coordinated, integrated, and well-financed action at all levels. But before I move further, I would like to recall that I just said that the system is failing Africa. That being said, Africa is also a part of the system. Africa is not outside the system. And therefore, it is worth noting that according to AFDB, figures, corruption in Africa amounts to about 245 billion US dollars. We also must act on this in order to increase the means of achieving the SDGs. In this context of fragmentation, elevated trade tensions, and financing constraints, the theme of this conference could not be timelier. With multilateral cooperation weakening and financing gaps widening, the world urgently needs new approaches that strengthen domestic systems, rebuild global solidarity, and align national development strategies with emerging global partnership reforms. This conference is therefore crucial and provides a platform for Uganda and its partners to shape these evolving reforms while accelerating national transformation. I wish to applaud Uganda for its exemplary leadership in advancing the SDGs. Uganda has effectively domesticated SDGs and the goals of Agenda 2063, enhanced data systems, mobilized youth and gender champions, and strengthened institutions, including a dedicated
Recording in progress.
including a dedicated SDG secretariat. With voluntary local reviews conducted in 15 districts, Uganda is a front-runner in deepening localization and inclusion in SDG implementation. Moreover, your ambition, tenfold growth strategy, which is aligned with the 4th National Development Plan, NDP4 and Vision 2040, is set to radically transform productivity, governance, and socio-economic outcomes and foster a prosperous nation. The United Nations system in Uganda is reinforcing its support. It recently launched the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework 2026-2030, which emphasizes inclusive human development, climate-smart ecosystems, and integrated governance reforms that scale and speed up progress on the SDGs. Uganda's hosting of the 11th session of the ARFSD 11 in April 2025 was a major milestone. The forum showcased Uganda's commitment to the SDGs in Agenda 2063, while also reinforcing its regional and global leadership in sustainable development discourse. The Kampala Declaration, adopted at the 11th session, sets out bold and urgent priorities to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs and the Agenda 2063. Mobilizing sustainable financing, addressing Africa's debt crisis, and expanding domestic resource mobilization is one. Fast-tracking job creation and economic growth through sustainable, inclusive, science-based and evidence-based solution is two. Strengthening self-sufficiency, promoting local value addition, and accelerating the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, to build resilient regional supply chains is three. Promoting innovation, capacity building, and harmonization of national and regional development strategies for SDGs and Agenda 2063 is four. The recommendation of the Kampala Declaration remain fundamental as Uganda and the rest of Africa strive to regain the momentum towards sustainable development. We must therefore seize the opportunity of this conference to reinvigorate efforts to implement global and regional commitments and to translate the Kampala Declaration from a successful regional outcome into impactful and measurable results. Allow me to highlight 6 interlinked strategic priorities that are central to the implementation of the Kampala Declaration and scaling economic transformation and progress towards realizing Uganda's and regional sustainable aspirations. First, Africa must rebuild financial sovereignty. This is essential if Africa is to protect and scale its development gains. We need stronger tax systems, better expenditure quality, improved debt management, and more innovative tools such as blended finance, green and blue bonds, and debt swap suited to African realities. ECA recognizes financing as a major overarching challenge to economic transformation and sustainable development. That is why ECA is advancing several initiatives to support countries. Among other initiatives that are crucial for Africa is the context of the evolving financing landscape. In this context, ECA is engaged in global advocacy to accelerate the reform of the global financial architecture to ensure the urgent needed support for African countries, providing targeted country-level and continental support to strengthen sovereign credit ratings in Africa, supporting the Sustainable Debt Coalition, which is reframing debt as an engine for development and is promoting innovative financing instruments such as debt for climate conversion, sustainability-linked bonds, and debt for climate swaps. ECA is also co-leading with partners a flagship joint initiative to develop an action plan to mobilize private investment at scale under the Sevilla Platform for Action. ECA is supporting tax and domestic resource mobilization with a focus on strengthening fiscal credibility, reducing leakages, and anchoring investment-ready public finances. ECA is supporting capital market development and deepening across member states by strengthening core market institutions and diversifying financing instruments to mobilize long-term domestic capital. In partnership with the Africa Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the World Health Organization, development banks, and the other partners have launched together the Sustainable Health Financing Initiative to accelerate sustainable health financing reform across Africa. This is in recognition that health is not just a social expenditure, health is more an economic investment, is a capital investment. Second, we must strengthen evidence-based and data-driven integrated national and local development plans and translate them into tangible results that benefit our populations. It is therefore noteworthy that this conference is not only about policy ambition, it is about performance. It is about whether national plans, budget, institutions, and local governments are producing results in people's lives. We welcome Uganda's emphasis on local government performance and service delivery and efforts to connect the National Annual Performance Report, local government service delivery, the SDG roadmap, non-state actors' accountability, and UN results into a single performance conversation. ECA has developed the Integrated Planning and Reporting Tool, the IPRT. This toolkit is available for development by Uganda to reinforce alignment of the National Development Plan, financing and reporting system with SDG and second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063. Third, Africa must reinforce regional integration and accelerate the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the AFCFTA. No African country can transform in isolation. We must strengthen and harmonize policies to drive cross-border investment, infrastructure, and innovation. AFCFTA is one of Africa's strongest answers to global uncertainty and fragmentation. The AFCFTA is not only a trade agreement, it is a development instrument. It gives us scale. It allows firms to grow across borders. It supports regional value chains. It creates space for local value addition. It can strengthen payment systems, improve competitiveness, and create jobs. ECA is supporting countries to develop and implement national AFCFTA strategy. We are also supporting supporting systems such as the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, the PAPS, that can expand markets and accelerate innovation diffusion. We are promoting the development of regional value chains for structural transformation, industrialization, for the creation of decent jobs, and for more prosperity. And developing and supporting the domestic private sector is critical in all this dynamic. Fourth, we must boost climate-smart development, green transition strategies, and management of critical minerals for sustainable industrialization. ECA analysis shows that African countries are already losing 2 to 5% of GDP annually due to the climate-related extremes, while up to 9% of national budgets are being diverted to emergency responses rather than long-term investments. Africa holds 50% of global cobalt and significant deposits of strategic minerals, an enormous opportunity for green industrialization. That is why ECA contributes to shaping responsible frameworks for managing critical minerals essential to the green transition, including cobalt, copper, lithium, graphite, and nickel. Fifth, we must advance innovation and responsible use of frontier technologies. Innovation must be approached as part of a broader integrated policy framework that links finance, technology, and structural change. There should be effective diffusion of technologies into productive sectors. ECA is supporting countries to develop and implement national digital transformation strategies. Six, the United Nations reform must work for countries. The test of reform is not whether the system changes its language, the test is whether countries experience more coherent support, less duplication, better policy integration, and stronger alignment behind national priorities. That is why we welcome the focus on coherence between government performance review and the UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework as one of the areas that this conference will deliberate on. In advancing these 6 priorities, Africa must speak with a unified African voice in global reform dialogues, ensuring our priorities are reflected in decisions that shape global finance, trade, and climate governance. Right Honorable Prime Minister, distinguished participants, in conclusion, allow me to once again extend our sincere appreciation for the invitation of Uganda to this conference, and also we would like to invite the government of Uganda, our esteemed partner, and all relevant stakeholders to participate in the 12th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development to be held at the ECA headquarters in Addis Ababa from 28th to 30th April 2026. We remain confident that Uganda's continued and active engagement will play a pivotal role in ensuring that the outcomes of this important national conference are effectively reflected in and contribute meaningfully to the deliberation and overall results of the forum. Uganda and Africa as a whole stand in a pivotal moment, a one filled with immense opportunity, innovation, and homegrown solutions despite the current global uncertainties. With coordinated national actions, strengthened partnerships, and reforms in global cooperation and financing mechanisms, Uganda and the rest of the continent can accelerate socioeconomic transformation and serve as a model for both the region and the global community. ECA reaffirms its commitment to supporting Uganda and all African countries in these and other strategic areas. Together, we can ensure that Uganda and Africa collectively advance towards realizing the Sustainable Development Goals, the aspiration of the Agenda 2063, and the broader, longer-term development division. On this, I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mama Keita, the Deputy Executive Secretary of UNECA, who did point out to very serious issues that we need to be paying attention to, especially when it comes to aspects of sustainable financing. And like I said, it didn't just stem from the COVID-19 pandemic, but the regional wars that we've had and international wars. And now we need to look a little bit inward as our development partners also struggle with the financing. She talks about debt distress for Africa, and it's something to honestly speak about. Now, before we go into our panels, we'll have two panels shortly before we do get to have a break, our lunch break. I'm going to invite, as I earlier did mention, kindly and humbly invite our Prime Minister, together with all the ministers available for our group photo. We'll have the group photo with the Prime Minister, the ministers, and our development partners right here. And then as we go for lunch much later, we'll have a group photo of each and every one of us here, including our district leaders, amongst many others, at the entrance, because then there we'll be able to have very good space. So I'm kindly and humbly requesting our ministers available, our development partners, please, if you could make your way. I will take this group photo, and our permanent secretaries, because I know that there are ministries that are not represented by their ministers. So I am kindly going to request the permanent secretaries to as well join into this picture not too long from now, right here. Exactly. So our paparazzi team, how is it's going to be easy and balanced? I know we'll have some of us right up here. This will be our first group photo, and the next group photo, we are definitely going to have it at the staircase where every one of us will be involved. I am requesting that others can actually come to the top. Yes, you can come up. Some of us who are down to earth, make sure you're not in the crop zone. You know what I mean by being down to earth. If you're not very close to Honorable Chris Barrio Monsiza, make sure you're not in the crop zone. Yes. Let's make sure that we create an angle so we can be able to take this picture. To our media team, is that a good angling for us to be able to get all of the persons? Yeah, I hope that is good. And immediately after that picture, as we prepare to transition into our panel conversations, I said we'll have two panels, one which will be talking about repositioning Africa's development trajectory within the changing global financial architecture, which has been hinted on by Mama Keita. And we'll also have a second one, which will be looking at moving from commitment to impact, getting the actions together and ensuring that we can be able to see results as we do expect them. And so after we have this picture, I know our panels were given quite some bit of time, but I will request that because we lost up on some, we'll be able to cut a bit of our minutes and make sure that we make it as engaging, as truthful as possible. Once again, if you have any health emergency, the Ministry of Health has availed us a medical team. We also have an ambulance. If you need to catch up with the medical team, Royal Hall is where you'll find the medical team. So please, in case you have any kind of medical assistance that you require, Royal Hall will be where you find us. Okay, to our paparazzi team, I think we are good to go. Let's have the Right Honorable Prime Minister sitting together with our permanent secretaries and the ministers available. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for coming through as we get to have this conversation. It's been a while. Yeah. Okay, the Prime Minister is calling for all our resident district commissioners, please. This next one is for only the RDCs. Then I'll tell you what next one we will have. Here we do have our RDCs. Our RDCs now I am wondering whether because of the so many numbers we can call RDCs regional. Do we do the RDCs regional? I would think, yes, now let's do this. Let's do this because the numbers are many and yet we would like to see all the faces. So in no particular order, let's start with the RDCs. Okay. Okay, let's have this one, but we'll have another one, and we can even do it regionally at the stairs, just to be able to save up. Our district presidents, thank you so much. The next and very last picture, as requested by the Prime Minister, will be of our local council 5 chairpersons. Our LC 5 chairpersons, please make your way quickly. The Prime Minister requests that we will have this picture as well. Our LC 5 chairpersons. Our LC 5 chairpersons, please make your way here. I know the numbers are huge, but we'll have another picture as well outside as we get out. But once again, if you have a medical emergency, Royal Hall is where? Could join in. Yeah. LC5 chairpersons. I know the numbers are many, but the Prime Minister particularly asked for these pictures, and please allow us to take them. And then we'll have some more pictures as we go for lunch. Our paparazzi team, I'm giving you just 2 minutes. We take this picture and go for our panel discussion, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to our district chairpersons, our LC5 chairpersons, but we'll have more pictures at the end, and remember we have 3 days here, and we will have the time. Our chief convener, the Prime Minister, will be here to take all these pictures. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm requesting that we all get seated and settled. Ladies and gentlemen, let's settle. We're going in for our panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all get settled. The Prime Minister is still here with us, and we're going to have another group picture immediately as we go out for lunch. Now, to be able to save up on time, kindly, let's all get settled so we can go for our next session. I'll request the protocol team to help me lead our guests to settle. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I said this is like a get-together, so people will always have pleasantries to explain and chat. Distinguished members of this conference, I am requesting that we get seated. And as we do, I will now have the honor of inviting the moderator of the next session, which is going to be talking about repositioning Africa's development trajectory within this global changing infrastructure, financial architecture, looking at the implications of the United Nations reforms for financing, governance, but also the Sustainable Development Goals delivery. And the moderator of this session is none other than Honorable Birahwa Mkitale Stephen Adieri, who is a board member of the National Planning Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause as we welcome Honorable Mkitale. And I request our district chairpersons, our RDCs, I request that we get to settle and take on the next session.
Thank you so much, Madrid. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Chief Convener of this very important review conference, the Honorable Ministers, the Honorable Members of Parliament present, the Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners, Head of Public Service, the development partners, the Interreligious Council, distinguished participants. On behalf of National Planning Authority Board and Management, we are honored to moderate this high-level panel on repositioning Africa's development trajectory within a changing global finance architecture. I want to appreciate the Chief Convener, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, who has helped raise morale the Chankwanzi way when the RDCs and the chairperson were brought forward, since we are in the time of celebration after that great victory. Thank you so much, Right Honorable, for always morale boosting. She deserves a very big hand clap. This discussion is both timely and strategic. We convene at a moment when the global financial system is undergoing significant recalibration, requiring reset, reconfiguration, driven by UN reforms, shifting development financing paradigms, and increasing pressure on countries to deliver on sustainable development goals. Africa finds itself at a critical inflection point, which the continent has demonstrated resilience and commitment to Agenda 2030, Agenda 2063. As you are aware, the NDP4 is fully aligned to the SDGs, including the Vision 2040 and the 10-fold growth strategy, which our government is pursuing. While the continent has demonstrated resilience and commitment to this agenda, progress remains uneven, largely due to structural financing gaps, governance constraints, and misalignment between global frameworks and national priorities. This effort in the global village with our partners for SDGs can only be illustrated in the masterpiece of international politics and diplomacy by one author, Morgan Sao J. Hans, who talks about politics among nations, the struggle for power and peace, talking about how the swords, turning swords into plowshare. We have had resources going in wars, but we are struggling with resources to pursue the SDGs. This panel, therefore, seeks to interrogate three core questions. How can then Africa reposition itself within the evolving global finance architecture to secure more predictable, accessible, and catalytic financing? What governance reforms, both global and domestic, are necessary to enhance accountability, efficiency, and development effectiveness? The third and last question is, how do we translate global commitments, including UN reforms, into tangible, measurable SDGs outcomes at national and local levels? So this session is deliberately structured in two complementary parts. We will begin with the stock-taking of the performance of 11th Bureau of the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. This is a critical step as it grounds our discussion in evidence, highlighting progress made, lessons learned, and the persistent gaps that continue to constrain effective implementation. We will then transition into a forward-looking panel discussion, drawing on these insights to examine the implications of the global financial reforms, evolving UN development cooperation frameworks, and broader shifts in development financing. This discussion is not only about the organizing challenges, but also about identifying practical, actionable pathways to better align financing, governance, and implementation systems for the results. With this context, I now have the pleasure to invite the Right Honorable Chair of the ARFSD Bureau, Right Honorable Minister for General Duties, Honorable Kasule Lumumba, who happens to be the chair of this very important African Bureau, which is representing all the 5 regions. Can we appreciate the chair? And I'm inviting the whole of her cabinet, so that is fully constituted. She also happens to be representing East African community. Honorable Kasule Lumumba, you are very welcome. Another hand clap for her. The second, I now invite her for her to be, she will make a presentation when she is fully cushioned and constituted with her vice chairpersons and the whole of her committee. The second one is from Central Africa region, Honorable Sering Falu Njie, Office of the Vice President, the Republic of Gambia. Can we welcome the Honorable from Gambia, but representing the Central African region? West Africa. Sorry, this was mixed. Gambia is West Africa, oh, sorry. And then there is Honorable Oliver Ago, Member of Parliament from Cameroon. Honorable Oliver Ago, a Member of Parliament. Welcome, Honorable. Can we appreciate Honorable as he joins the panel? We are also expecting Honorable Fabrice. Fabrice is already here. David, he's a Minister for Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy, and Fisheries. From Republic of Mauritania, Mauritius, sorry. I beg your pardon. So that now makes my chair of the Bureau fully cushioned by her executive. The chair of the Bureau, who also represents the East Africa, is going, Right Honorable, will take us through the stock taking on the performance of the 11th Bureau of the African Region Forum on Sustainable Development. Right Honorable Chair, the Sustainable Development Goals aim to ensure that we achieve the future we want while leaving no one behind. As Chair of the 11th Bureau of the African Regional Forum on SDGs, could you kindly, Right Honorable, share an overview of the Bureau's performance to date and how it has contributed to advancing this agenda? In addition, how has the Bureau ensured that the principle of leaving no one behind is effectively reflected in both regional and national implementation process? Right Honorable.
Let me, Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, especially all of you who have come for National Performance Review Conference, I want to talk about the cure of Africa's underdevelopment is value addition. Value addition to our raw materials for industrialization. And therefore, there is a need for Africa to know the following. One, the cost of doing business. As our brothers and sisters come, the President has always told us in Irunyankore, a word commonly known as omushokoro. Omushokoro, according to him, in English, it is called the bone marrow. The bone marrow of any economy is the cost of electricity, the cost of transport, and of course, the cost of money, in addition to labor. All
Addis Ababa, and in Economic Commission for Africa, that is ECA, sub-regional meetings, which strengthened coordination and peer learning. In addition, the Sustainable Economy Forum held in June, and that was on the 28th, 2025, in Algeria under the theme, Algeria Futures Champion for the Sustainable Economy, which I attended as the chair of the Bureau, focused mostly on economic transformation, value addition, and industrialization, promoting alignment with the SDGs and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Notably, most Bureau members and their representatives participated in person, strengthening ownership and impact. Through these engagements, the Bureau advanced key priorities, including domestic revenue mobilization, innovative financing, implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area to improve value addition and job creation, climate resilience, and youth employment, making a clear shift from policy discussion to practical implementation. Also, in my capacity representing the East African region, I wish to highlight the following. Countries in the East African community have made significant progress in aligning national development frameworks to Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063, with some achieving high levels of alignment. The region is advancing implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area to promote regional trade, value addition, and job creation, alongside growing investments in youth employment, digital innovation, and industrialization. The region is strengthening data and institutional systems of SDG implementation. Several countries are expanding SDG indicator coverage and improving monitoring through voluntary national reviews and enhancing statistical systems. There is also increasing collaboration on climate resilience and green growth, particularly on shared ecosystems. These experiences demonstrate that regional cooperation is accelerating implementation and translating the Kampala Declaration into practical, measurable actions. At the country level, Uganda has led by example. The fourth National Development Plan, that is 2025-2026 to 2029-2030, is 90% aligned to the SDGs, ensuring that Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063 are fully integrated in the national planning, budgeting, and implementation frameworks. Uganda has also strengthened its data and statistical systems. Out of the 232 global SDG indicators, 201 are applicable to Uganda, and those tracked have increased from 127 to 149 during this period. This progress has enhanced evidence-based decision-making, monitoring, and accountability. Institutional coordination has been strengthened through a whole-of-government approach alongside enhanced partnership with the United Nations country team, development partners, the private sector, and government institutions, improving resource mobilization, technical support, and coordinated delivery of SDG interventions. Overall, Uganda's experience reflects steady progress in SDG implementation, driven by strong policy alignment, improved data systems, and strengthened coordination and partnership, demonstrating a clear shift from planning to measurable results. Uganda has convened the fourth National Performance Review Conference in April 2026 ahead of the 12th Africa Regional Forum on SDGs, which will take place in Addis Ababa. The conference is primarily focused on performance, including a comprehensive review of SDG implementation, assessment of national progress against the fourth National Development Plan, and evaluation of local government performance. In addition, we have incorporated Bureau activities to take stock of the implementation of the Kampala Declaration as we prepare for Addis Ababa. This first of its kind integrated platform brings together Bureau ministers, national stakeholders, and the Economic Commission of Africa, and its outcomes will directly inform the 12th Africa Regional Forum on SDGs. I thank the Prime Minister for her leadership in including this important session in the program. The thematic SDGs under review, which will appear in the Kampala Declarations, are Goal 3, which is about health and well-being, Goal 5, which is about gender equality, Goal 8, which is about sustainable energy, Goal 14, which is life underwater, and Goal 17, means of implementation, which remain central, and detailed updates will be provided by the honorable ministers in the panel 2. In conclusion, Africa has strengthened coordination, elevated its global voice, and made progress towards implementation through challenges, especially which remain in financing, data, and uneven performance across the region. As we prepare to hand over the chairship, we do so with the confidence that Africa is moving from declarations to delivery. The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, ECA, has played a pivotal role in supporting the Bureau across the full spectrum of its work, from mobilizing member states and partnerships to actively participating in key global and regional platforms, to advancing concrete actions for implementation of the Kampala Declaration. Through its technical, analytical, and coordination support, the Economic Commission for Africa, ECA, has strengthened Africa's voice in global processes and supported critical initiatives, including reform of the global financial system, expansion of the Sustainable Debt Coalition, now comprising 25 countries, 21 of them African, strengthening domestic resource mobilization and capital markets, advancing Africa's continental free trade area implementation, and promoting innovative instruments, including carbon markets and biodiversity credit frameworks. In addition, Economic Commission for Africa has supported transformative programs such as the Sustainable Health Financing Initiative, Circular Economy Frameworks, and Climate Finance Access Initiatives. We commend Economic Commission for Africa. We commend the leadership of the Bureau with which we work with. We commend the leadership of this country under His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and also the Prime Minister, who is also leader of government business and chief coordinator of government activities, for this comprehensive support, which has enhanced coordination, mobilized the resources, and accelerated Africa's progress towards Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063, for the technical and also financial support. We also appreciate colleagues, the technical teams from the different ministries, for this important engagement, and look forward for continuing this momentum at the 12th Africa Regional Forum on SDGs in Addis Ababa. Africa is no longer only making commitments, Africa is implementing. We must put the SDGs, like we have done, together with the agenda of 2063, the Africa we want, so that we continue to implement them together, because they are all working to score in the same goal. I want to thank you. Thank you so much. I submit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, members. Allow me to recognize the arrival and presence of the Honorable Chris Bariomunsi, the Minister of ICT and National Guidance. Honorable Chris Baryomunsi, stand up for recognition. If you want to know a Ugandan, that is an example. Allow me to also recognize the presence of Honorable Helena Doa, the Minister of State, Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, in charge of fisheries. And then allow me to recognize Amos Rugorobi. Honorable Amos Rugorobi is our minister in charge of planning in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. We have Honorable Florence Nambozo. Is she here? Yes, stand up for recognition. Honorable Nambozo is the Minister of State in charge of Karamoja affairs. Honorable members, allow me now to invite Honorable Fabrice David, a Junior Minister for Agro-Industry, Food, Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries of the Republic of Mauritius. He is representing Southern Africa. Please join me to welcome our brother. Do you want to go there? No, you can. Do we allow? I think you can present better when you were standing. You have 5 minutes, between 5 to 7.
It's my pleasure and honor to be here in Kampala, and I would like to express my heartfelt, thankful wishes to the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda for your invitation and very warm hospitality. And as well, I would like to convey a special greeting to the Right Honorable Justine, who has been a very powerful leader for our 11th session of the Bureau for the Africa Forum for Sustainable Development. I'm standing here in front of you, colleagues, ministers, excellencies, and African leaders to represent the Republic of Mauritius, which is a small island developing state in the Western Indian Ocean. And our aim when it comes to implementing sustainable, inclusive, science-based and evidence-based solutions to reach the Sustainable Development Goals, our aim is to be seen, visible, and recognized not only as a small island developing state, but as a big ocean, small state. And you will recognize that big ocean, small state is abbreviated BOSS. So we aim in changing the narrative from being seen as a small island developing state as a BOSS for the Indian Ocean, as a BOSS for Africa and for the world. And I have to say that in that context, in that perspective, my ministry, which is responsible for agro-industry, food security, fisheries, and blue economy, we are targeting specifically SDG 14, life below water, SDG 15, life on land, SDG 2, zero hunger, and SDG 13 as well, which is related to climate action. Because climate is directly related to the ocean and to forest. And I would like to share with you that our regional cooperation with other islands of the Indian Ocean, with Eastern Africa community. This regional cooperation is a must for us to succeed. We used to say that no man is an island, and it is completely true when we face regional and global challenges, specifically in this time of climate change, specifically in this time of geopolitical tension in the Middle East, where we, as a net importer for Mauritius, of more than 70% of what we consume, of what we eat, is a must to accelerate local and regional food production. And in that context, in Mauritius, we have had national dialogue on food security and agriculture, and as well on blue economy and fisheries. And if this is a lesson or something which we can share with you, is that bringing all stakeholders around the same table. For instance, we have brought together breeders, planters, investors, scientific researchers, public bodies, private sector, civil society, NGOs, and we have seen the power of togetherness when it comes to building a new roadmap for food security, for the blue economy, and for achieving our sustainable development goals. And I have to say that being the first vice chair of the Africa Regional Forum for Sustainable Development Bureau since almost 1 year now has been a very enriching experience and have put Mauritius at the heart of Africa. We may be small in size, but we are a boss, big in ambition and big in this will for us to collaborate with Africa, with the continent, and especially with representatives from the Eastern African community. Let me inform you that in the coming days and weeks, Mauritius will hold an Ocean Week from the 4th to the 9th of May, where we will bring all local, regional, and international partners for building a strategy and a national roadmap for the blue economy of the Republic of Mauritius. We will have over several days policymakers, investors, project leaders, fishers, people from the academia, from the NGOs, representatives, from the civil society, to be able to have a blueprint for the blue economy of Mauritius. And in that context, Mauritius, having an exclusive economic zone of 2 million square kilometers, we are the 16th biggest EEZ in the world after India. We want to bring wealth from that ocean while preserving its health, because this is our responsibility as an ocean country, to preserve our marine resources, to encourage conservation projects while bringing a development for the ocean which is sustainable, inclusive, science-based and evidence-based. And when it comes to our partnership with Uganda, we want to share that while being an ocean-related economy, you have the Lake Victoria, which is as well a pillar for fisheries, aquaculture, and your blue economy. So room for cooperation, for exchange is there. And I want to tell you from the bottom of my heart, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, that Mauritius is a member of the African family, and we want to cooperate, to collaborate, and to support Uganda and to ask for support from your country when it comes to agro-industry, food security, blue economy, and fisheries. And my last word for you is to very solemnly affirm that I am African, not because I was born in Africa, but because Africa was born in me. Thank you.
Africa is born in him. A very big hand clap for our minister. Thank you so much. Honorable members, he talked about climate. I want to give a vivid example. In 2023-2024, the President of the Republic of Uganda gave me a directive to stop the exportation of veneer. Veneer is a product from timber, but it's not processed. He said only value-added timber should be allowed to exit Uganda's boundaries. Just that one directive, which was implemented, already 45 factories have been established in our country. Just one directive. And that has created jobs and temperatures. Those that were, our temperatures were rising up that time. As I speak now, we get enough rain. The temperatures are normal. Great thanks to our visionary leader, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Can I now request our panelist number 2, Honorable Sering Faru Njie, from the Office of the Vice President, the Republic of Gambia. Please join me to welcome him.
Thank you, Your Right Honorable Prime Minister. To start with, I want to say a very big thank you to you and the government of Uganda for this invitation. When I received the invitation signed by the Prime Minister herself, I sat with the Vice President because I serve as his development advisor, and he told me, you must go. Currently, he's in New York attending the UN Population Conference, but he said, we cannot miss this because it's a huge learning opportunity for us. So my presence here is not just to share my experience in Africa, but also to learn from you with the hope of replicating this back home in the Gambia. I have been asked to speak on 2 key issues, according to the moderator: the key initiatives and programs undertaken within West Africa, as well as the Gambia that can be learned from and adapted, as well as to talk about the best practices that can help strengthen efforts for inclusion and sustainable development across the African regions. So I would start initially by looking at ECOWAS or West Africa in general before I talk about some of our experiences at home. Well, West Africa has made mixed but noticeable progress towards achieving the SDGs, with a strong emphasis on 3 key areas: regional cooperation, resilience building, and inclusive development. All this to ensure that no one is left behind. Let me talk about 5 or 6 initiatives undertaken in West Africa in this regard. The first is regional integration and the development of policy frameworks. We know West Africa, led by ECOWAS, which is the Economic Community of West African States, has been at the center in coordinating SDG implementation across the 15 ECOWAS member states. Among these key initiatives in terms of regional integration and policy frameworks is the development of a Vision 2020, which currently is being reviewed and revised to promote economic integration, good governance, and inclusive growth. Also, there is a science and technology policy called the EcoPost, which encourages innovation, SME development, and modernization of agriculture. And then one of the most challenging, which we have been dealing with during the past decade, is the introduction of a single currency, or we call the Single Currency Initiatives, the ECO, which aims to enhance economic stability and regional trade and integration. In terms of progress, we know many West African countries score above the African SDG average, thus showing gradual improvement and progress in the region. Now, the second initiative in West Africa is poverty reduction and inclusive growth. Here, initiatives include the national development plans, which are aligned with SDGs, but in West Africa, we are focusing on 3 main things: job creation, social protection systems, as well as infrastructure expansion. Most of these initiatives are financed through the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development to support infrastructure, SME, and social services. And in terms of the progress, we have seen quite rapid progress in the expansion of regional infrastructure as well as financial inclusion. And also we have seen growth in sectors like agriculture and services. The third area is food security and agricultural resilience, where a major initiative we have in West Africa is the West Africa Food Systems Resilience Program, which focuses on climate-resilient agriculture, regional food market integration, and support for vulnerable farmers and households. A fourth initiative we have is climate action and environmental sustainability, where we have the ECOWAS Environmental Action Plan developed and is being implemented, and that runs between 2030 and 2026. And its focus is on having in place a regional climate strategy and disaster risk management frameworks. Then, of course, the key issue we are faced with in West Africa, the issue of peace security. Here we have initiatives such as regional peace building through the West African Network for Peace Building, WANEP. Some of you in the civil society environment know so. Also, within West Africa, ECOWAS is leading many countries to develop early warning systems to prevent conflicts. Progress we have made so far is that they strengthen civil society participation in enhancing peace and also regional cooperation in conflict prevention. However, we do have a big challenge that insecurity, that is terrorism, coups, and conflicts still continue to slow progress towards the SDGs. And then in terms of partnerships for development, we do have strong collaboration with the World Bank, UN agencies, as well as the African Union in the implementation of the Africa Agenda 2063. And then finally, on West Africa, we have the issue of localizing the FDGs, leaving no one behind. Here we are shifting focus from national to local level implementation of the SDGs, targeting women, youths, rural populations, and fragile and conflicted areas. Many countries in West Africa are implementing what is called the PUDC or PACD in the English language, which is focused on localizing the SDGs and supporting local governments, building their capacity, providing financial support for implementation of the SDGs. Madam Chair, if I would quickly move on now to the local level, what we have been doing as a country. The Gambia has a national development plan called a recovery-focused NDP, because the main aim of the national development plan was to enhance recovery from COVID-19. So this recovery plan is from 2023 to 2027, but with some delays, it's pushed like to 2024 to 2028. Now, the recovery plan has 7 pillars, and one of the pillars is empowerment, social inclusion, and leaving no one behind. So at the national level, there is a policy focus on ensuring that no one is left behind. Now, in terms of operationalizing this, what have we done? First, we have set up a Ministry for Gender, Children, and Social Welfare. The Ministry for Gender, or the gender portfolio, used to be under the Office of the Vice President. But with the new NDP, it was decided that we needed a separate ministry, so which brings together the vulnerable members of society, which is the women, children, as well as other vulnerable groups, including people living with disabilities, etc. Then, of course, with the setting up of the ministry, we have the development of a national gender policy to ensure that the aims and objectives are realized. Then, of course, we had the support of the National Parliament to enact a National Social Protection Bill. I would say a very big thank you to our members of Parliament, because they really pushed this. Now, with the existence of a National Social Protection Bill, we have a National Social Protection Agency, we developed a National Social Protection Policy, and established a social register. And here, let me say, the Gambia is one of the few countries in Africa that actually has a nationally covered social register. A social register is a household register of every household in the country, which details out the members of the household, and we use it in order to be able to identify vulnerable populations. Well, those of technical people in the room, you may know what I'm saying, using a PMT, proxy mean test, which identifies vulnerable households, and therefore they become eligible for social assistance, such as cash transfers, etc. So we have this national social register with a national coverage, and it is regularly updated. We also have a social protection fund that was created by government, and again with the support of the Parliament, government is putting in not much, but at least about $1 million into the social protection fund, which serves as a basket fund to ensure that social protection programs are implemented. Then also there's the implementation of several social safety net programs, including cash transfers, family strengthening programs, disaster response, and early warning systems. Now to some of the challenges that we are facing. But maybe before I come to the challenges, another initiative we have been looking at as a country is the issue of development financing. Because we know there's been changes in the development financing architecture of late, so as a country, we have to look inward and see how best are we going to finance development. So therefore, there's been a shift in the financing framework with emphasis on domestic resource mobilization. We've developed and implemented, together with the support of the UN system, what is called the INFF, Integrated National Financing Framework, which we have just started implementing. And there's also reform and diversification, as well as digitization of the tax system, and also trying to ensure that there is fiscal discipline, rationalizing government spending. Now, what are some of our challenges? Of course, as I said, one of the big challenges we face with the NDP is the changing development financing architecture. A lot of anticipated funding, will not come, so therefore we have to look back and re-strategize to see how best we would finance the development agenda. But then, of course, as Madam Keita had pointed out in her speech, the issue of high debt, which many of us in Africa are faced with. The last time I did an analysis of government expenditure, my research revealed that 55% of our national budget is spent on debt servicing, and only 5% is spent on development. And I said to my colleagues when I presented this, as the head of a household, if I spend only 5% of my earnings in my household, would that household ever prosper? And of course, the answer is no. So therefore, as Africans, we really need to revisit this. Where do we spend what do we spend our money on? And therefore come up with strategies to free ourselves from this high level of indebtedness. Of course, debts are two types. There's the international debt, but also there's domestic debt, which for us also is quite an issue because we know domestic debt drives local bank interest rates, and that in itself is a problem. Another area we've been trying to look at is mobilizing diaspora funding for development financing. We know there's a lot of diaspora money that comes into Africa, but most of it is for consumption rather than investment. And this is an area that we are trying to improve. And then, of course, I know we are not in this alone, the increasing level of urbanization, and then associated with it, the rising level of urban poverty. This is a big challenge for us, and we are actually looking at how best we could address this. So to conclude, therefore, Madam Chair, I would say at the level of the country, at the level of ECOWAS, there's a high level of commitment by the government and by the regional leaders to ensure that we do make progress in the realization of the FDGs. For now, we can see we have made a lot of progress, particularly in the social sectors, especially on education, health, as well as energy access. But there still remains a lot to be done. And as I said at the beginning, one of the reasons I am here is to learn from you what are some of the successes, what are some of the challenges, and how I can replicate this back at home. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, our brother. Let us give him another big hand clap. The next panelist is Honorable Oliver Ago, the Member of Parliament from the Republic of Cameroon, and he's representing Central Africa. Join me to welcome him as our next presenter. Honorable members, after him, I'm of the view that now we invite the ministers from Uganda so that we can go into discussion once. Is that agreeable by everybody? Good. Honorable, you are welcome.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And I want to thank you very much for extending the invitation to the Central African Sub-Region through my humble self to be here for this very important National Performance Review Conference. I want to say that I come from Cameroon, and Cameroon has one thing in common with Uganda. They are both being led by very wise men. I need not remind you how wise the leadership of Cameroon has been and how wise the leadership of Uganda has been. You know what I'm talking about. So each time I receive an invitation to be here, I know that I am coming home. And so I feel free here because I know I am under the same leadership as I'm in Cameroon. Your Excellency, I want to say that this invitation came at a very difficult time for us because the Holy Father, Pope Leo XIV, is visiting Cameroon now. And when your invitation came, I took it to my speaker. The speaker said, remember, you have been invited by the Prime Minister. Prime Minister.
and that you do not represent only Cameroon, but you represent the entire Central African sub-region. And so you have to go. And that's why I'm here. So I want to thank you very much and to say that I have been asked to share some light or to share some lessons from the economic community of Central African states that can be replicated in the East African community. I want to say that for long, the East African community has been credited for custom union and mobile labor. But looking westward, we can draw some lessons from the Central African sub-region. And one of them is the unified high-tech approach to maritime security and the protection of the blue economy in the Gulf of Guinea. This lesson can be replicated in the Indian Ocean route. We know that most of the countries in East Africa are also in the Indian Ocean route trade. And so we can draw lessons from this area to see that, that intelligence sharing and joint patrolling is essential for the stability of the Indian Ocean trade route and the ecological preservation of Lake Victoria, including the other countries of the Great Lakes. The second lesson we can draw from the Central African sub-region is its commitment of leaving no one behind, reflected in its unique specialized financial mechanism designed to de-risk the growth of small-scale industrial players, while the East African community excel in large-scale infrastructure. It could also benefit from adopting the approach from the economic community of Central African state model of a regional small business enterprises, guaranteeing fund model, which provides credit enhancement necessary for the marginalized entrepreneurs to participate in the regional value chain. This approach addresses a systematic missing middle in the African financial market, where businesses are too large for microfinance and too small for commercial banks. Also, we can also see what I term managing the resource curse. Resource-rich countries in the Central African sub-region have often struggled with the dependency on oil exports, making them vulnerable to commodity price shocks. And so given that most of the countries in the East African sub-region are now celebrating the discovery of oil, wealth, gas, we want to share our experiences with you people that you should develop strong fiscal policies and diversification that will be able to prevent or guarantee your economies from getting into where we are in the Central African sub-region. We want to also share that within the economic community of Central African State, we have a monetary union, the CEMAC, the Central African Economic and Monetary Union, commonly called CEMAC. We are able to function on one currency. We have one currency in the entire Central African sub-region. You can move from Cameroon to Chad to Gabon to Equatorial Guinea to Central African Republic to Congo-Brazzaville with one currency, and that is the currency called the CFA francs, which is anchored on euro. Rather, as compared to the East African community where you have to get into exchange rates, you move from here to Kenya, you exchange, you go to dollars, or you go to euro before coming back to the local currency. The East African community can develop a common currency that can guarantee financial stability. I think with this, we can be able to assure a stable economy in the East African sub-region. We want to also share that in the Central African sub-region, we also have a program of CEMAC on climate change and disaster risk management, which sees that climate change affects youth and women directly, and so they are able to be mainstream into decision-making processes that affect the lives of the local population. Given that this conference has one unique standing, bringing together the local community, the district, what you call the district commissioner, those who are actually at the grassroots. Because every decision that we make at the level of Africa, the continental level, regional level, the end point or the benefiting population are those who are here today, because they are the one implementing and they are the one to benefit. And so given that this conference has this kind of unique nature, we want to salute the initiative of bringing together those who implement to be on the same table with those to evaluate. With this few words, I want to thank people very much and to say we are Africans and we remain Africa.
Honorable ministers and everybody present, join me to once again appreciate our brother. Since we have already agreed that we go to the next level, can I request Dr. Muhumuza to come forward? But before that, can I request that we have a group photo here in front of me? Go, or you are already done? Is the photo done, or we come up behind, in front and we have a photo with the panelists? Because we are bringing another panel. Okay, let's go. Dr. Muhumuza alinka? Dr. Muhumuza, please take the podium and give us an overview of what we are going to do. Then I will invite, you can also help me to invite the panelists.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, allow me to recognize the protocol and to welcome you back from Chankwanzi and all that you are doing. This is a cabinet panel. I'm looking at Honorable Amos Rugorobi. I think you are sitting in the wrong side. You need to be joining the Right Honorable Prime Minister on this panel. Honorable Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng or her representative, Ministry of Health, should be with us, joining here on the podium. Honorable Boti Amonji, the Minister for Gender, Labour and Social Development, or the representative. I want to believe the people are in this room and they are coming. Honorable Sam Sheptoris, the Minister for Water and Environment, or the representative. We're trying to save on time so that we can have the business running. And Honorable Monica Msenero, the Minister for Science, Technology, and Innovations in Office of the President or the representative.
Honorable members, I want you to join me to welcome our brother, Sam Cheptoris. I can see his feet.
Mr. Adam Karhasi Rudbeck, who is the head of Cooperation and Embassy of Sweden, will be joining us if available, but I had informed us of inability and may be represented. Yes. He will be joining us in the afternoon. So it's a cabinet subcommittee, and of course it's the business of the Right Honorable Prime Minister to continue with what you do best where we are not. But now we are here to watch what happens there. And you'll manage them in terms of time. This is a continuation really of what we had in April last year, where we agreed on a number of SDGs, and each of the ministers will be reminded to speak to those SDGs. I will just read out what they are going to be speaking to, and then I'll let the Right Honorable Prime Minister to continue doing what she does best, chair her cabinet. I will be expecting from the Ministry of Health, that is SDG number 3, to brief us on how health budget is financed, the innovations and partnerships that are happening there, and thereafter what is the current offer in terms of the budget and what is being done to emphasize preventive and curative care within the ministry. Those will be the issues to be addressed by the Minister in charge of health. The Minister in charge of gender will be speaking to the SDG number 5, ensuring access to opportunities by the youth, and the youth we are emphasizing both the boys and girls, but also what else needs to be done to accelerate gender equality and women empowerment. Those will be some of the issues to be addressed by the Minister in charge of gender, youth, and social development. The Minister for Water, SDG 14, will be addressing issues to do with climate resilience to benefit from the blue economy. Are we attracting sufficient financing, including green financing initiatives? You can add any other thing that you think we need to hear in this particular meeting, more so recapping from what we discussed in April last year. The Minister for STI, technology is a wind we cannot reverse, neither can we avoid it. It is with us and has come. Mark Carney has recently said some people are waiting for the past to come back. That past is not coming back. We must align to technology. Mark Carney is the Prime Minister for Canada. And so the question here is, how is Uganda positioning to benefit from STI, that is science, technology, and innovation? What results are we getting, and how do we expect, or what do we expect to realize in the medium term? That will be SDG 9 from the Minister for Science, Technology, and Innovation. Lastly, I have a boss in the Ministry of Finance. whom I still partner with on a number of things. He will be giving us on what happens to the households by way of their engagement, what business environment, in terms of capital, in terms of taxes, in terms of energy, roads, and the other supportive infrastructure, and the focus is on the household, the micro and SMEs in the country, where a majority of the people actually survive with their livelihoods and lives. What has been done there? What are we doing to drive economic growth in that area? And what are we expecting? Right Honorable Prime Minister, allow me to recognize my boss. I come from the Makerere University Business School, and my boss, Professor Muhwezi, should be in the meeting. I recognize you, sir, and thank you for guiding us from the academia and allowing us to interact with the political decision makers of the country. Akiki, I hand over back to you. Thank you.
Let us give our brother a big appreciation. As you already know, all the panelists will update us on the progress made in the implementation of the actions agreed upon in April 2025 during our 11th African Regional Forum on SDGs, which we made here in Kampala, same hall. So tell us the progress. Can I now invite, let me look around. Can I start with the big minister? I'm changing because I have those powers, isn't it? So with powers interested in me, can I request Honorable Cheptoris to come and update us on how far? You can go to the other podium. Or if you think you are comfortable there, okay. You are okay. Yes. Please clap for him and welcome him.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. I've been out of action for 2 years. I hope I will not be making mistakes. I was expected to come and listen because I expected my ministers of state to be here. Unfortunately, they are not around. So I was called upon to come and do the presentation. Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, Members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the 2025 Kampala Declaration emphasizes a number of actions related to SDG 14 on life underwater, SDG 6, water and sanitation, and SDG 13, climate action as follows. 1, promotion of inclusive job creation in the blue economy with a focus on opportunities for women, young people, persons with disabilities, indigenous peoples, and coastal communities. Enhancing scientific capacity, data systems, and policy coordination with a view to unlocking greater private and domestic investment. Enhancing climate resilience and adoption measures and protecting the natural resource and attracting climate financing. In view of the above, I wish to update this meeting on how the country has progressed in implementing these actions, how we are prepared to be climate resilient, how we are transforming lives of Ugandans in the blue economy, and how we are positioned to attract sustainable climate financing. As a way of background, the Ministry of Water and Environment is responsible for implementing 3 SDGs, namely Sustainable Development Goal 6, aiming to ensure the availability and the sustainable management of water and sanitation for all by 2030. It goes beyond drinking water to address sanitation, hygiene, wastewater treatment, water scarcity, and the protection of water-related ecosystems. And then we have goal number 13, Sustainable Development Goal 13, which is climate action, aimed at taking urgent action against climate change and its impacts. It focuses on limiting global warming, strengthening resilience to climate-related hazards, and improving education, awareness, and institutional capacity for mitigation and adaptation. And then we have SDG 14, which is life below water, is aimed at conserving and sustainably using the oceans, seas, and the marine resources. This SDG offers a great opportunity to advance resilience and the sustainability of freshwater ecosystems to address current and emerging threats. It calls for sustainable management of Uganda water resources as a critical feature for a sustainable future. Now, how have we progressed on these 3 SDGs? First of all, when it comes to water, we are all aware that most of our people don't have clean water, many of them, but we are making progress. Most of the country now is getting clean water, but there are, of course, still other places in the country that are taking water which is not clean. So we need to ensure that we progress in this area. I think I'm told that I was given 10 minutes, so I'm trying to summarize. Then, when it comes to climate change, unfortunately, we have progressed, but the last election has been very unfortunate in destroying what the achievements were made. I remember I was on radio. When I was addressing my ministry, I think the Prime Minister was there. We were talking about climate change. We have, unfortunately, destroyed some of the wetlands that we had reserved. When I came back, I found that all we had achieved has been destroyed. As you go along the country, you will find that all the wetlands have been invaded. All the wetlands have been invaded. Brick makers are having a field day. Maize is being grown in the middle of the wetland. In fact, it is shocking. The 2 years I've been away, I came back to find a country that has gone back to what it was some time back. So I hope that we shall ensure that really we protect our wetlands, because wetlands absorb green gases. All this pollution we are talking about I think I remember talking about people driving cars of 2014, cars of 1998. Really, the whole place is polluted. As I was coming, you have to make sure that all the windows are closed to stay safe. But otherwise, with what is happening now, we are dying slowly. The borders are emitting all sorts of gases. Honourable Prime Minister, really. And then the very unfortunate thing is that people who are invading the wetlands are not the poor. You know, a poor person can be excused for not, because they don't get the information, for instance. But the rich people are the ones invading the wetlands. I have very rich people even in the cabinet. No, you know, I have come to be as blunt as possible. I'm not here to please anybody. I've come here not to please anybody, to talk the truth. We have killed our wetlands, the big people. Go to SETA. Go to SETA, just that valid SETA. Which school is there? Which school is there? Yeah?
Honorable Cheptoris,
yes,
you are aware it is you who is in charge of this.
Exactly.
And we are here for you to tell us the impact of our decisions we made here.
Now,
so, which means you have failed.
That is true. That is true. Honourable Prime Minister, you are very right. It is incumbent upon me as the minister to ensure that the laws of this country are upheld.
And that's why.
But what happens?
Honourable members, that's why the other day, the president directed me to get Budongo Forest from under your management. I have handed it over to the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. Because you have failed to manage it.
Now,
don't fear.
Now, right, Honourable Prime Minister, I don't want to ban the words with you. Because I could argue the other way. That the Ministry of Tourism has failed to manage take Mount Elgon. Take Mount Elgon, where I come from, Sebei, where I come from. There is illegal logging taking place every day. Illegal logging is taking place every day. So what are you doing? Eh? You are handing over.
Honourable ministers,
you are handing over our property.
I think, Honourable Minister, we shall have to handle this in cabinet.
Okay.
We shall have to handle this in cabinet, where we shall face each other.
Yes, I'm ready.
And in the presence of the president.
I've come ready.
And then you report your brother, and then he also reports you, and then we take action.
I have come ready to face each other.
Good.
I have nothing to lose. I have nothing to lose because, first of all, I did not stand as a member of parliament. I'm going home. But I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm going to tell the truth. Whether it annoys who, but you are not going to have a wetland in SETA being destroyed by one of us. It is not only Seta. Take Mukono Market. Mukono Market is in the middle of the wetland, in the midst of the wetland. I'm talking what I know. What are we going to do about that? It is good that the Prime Minister has made it clear that I am responsible. So, I'm giving notice. I'm now giving notice that starting next week, whether you are as big as an elephant, we are going to raise down your building. If it is in a wetland, we are going to raise down your building if it is in a wetland. And then finally, let me very briefly talk about fisheries. What fisheries? Again, if we had protected our wetlands, we would be having fish. Eh? You know, the president has made it clear, and I think the whole world knows, that wetlands are good for breeding fish. So, Seta, where somebody has built a house, a school, we are going to destroy it and make sure that we put fish there. I don't want to annoy the Prime Minister anymore. Let me stop there.
Join me to thank our minister. In my opening remarks, I told you we are going to act and do things differently. And I think he's following the path. Clap for him. Let me now request Honorable Rugorobi, a Minister of State for Planning. As you are aware, he's going to discuss SDG number 17. Let us hear from him. Be here. I think he's fearing targets. Now that he's going to destroy all the buildings of the big people.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Please allow me to stand on the already established protocol. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. I'm glad to be part of this panel discussing how far we have gone as Uganda in putting in action the agreement of the Kampala Declaration in the recent Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development held in 2025. As you might all know, and as well as the participants here present, and as stated in the Kampala Declaration, global economic growth is far below the level needed to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. The huge gap is measuring approximately $200 billion United States dollars annually in the financing needed to achieve those goals. Now, to go specifically to the issues that were raised to me by the moderator, first I'll begin with what Uganda has done in relation to the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, domestic private sector firms, and large enterprises space. First, MSMEs account for 90% of the private sector in Uganda. They contribute 75% of GDP and employ over 3 million people. Majority of Uganda's enterprises are engaged in trade, and that is 63% in trade, followed by those involved in hotels, restaurants, and eating places, taking 12%. Manufacturing takes 5.3%, and human health, the human health sector takes 3.5%, while education takes 1%. The main obstacles faced by enterprises, the business enterprises, include access to finance. Actually, that is the leading problem at 67%. Energy-related problems at 42%, and tax-related issues, 38%. So those are the major problems our local entrepreneurs are experiencing. Government has made progress in deepening Uganda's market presence in strategic export destinations to boost export revenues. Key interventions have included participation in the regional economic blocs, for example, the East African Community and the COMESA, and the bilateral engagements, the negotiation of trade protocols, and the strengthening of economic and commercial diplomacy, commonly called ECD, among others. In March 2025, Uganda signed the establishment agreement for the Fund for Export Development in Africa, in short called FEDA, an impact investment fund under Afrexim Bank. FEDA was created to support investments that promote intra-African trade, like in the AFTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, to support industrialization and value-added export development. With Uganda's accession, FEDA's membership expands to 21 countries. This milestone has enhanced Uganda's access to export financing, which will help to close the export financing gap and improve the country's overall competitiveness. Promoting regional and global market integration will be a key ingredient in advancing our economic growth. Put it simply, that what we produce cannot be entirely consumed by the Ugandan market. So we need to integrate across the continent through the regional economic blocs and also bilaterally. So it is very important that we pursue the strategy of economic integration. Uganda's cooperation in the EAC and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is therefore instrumental in advancing trade facilitation reforms. Issue number 2, relating to trade facilitation, value addition, and science, technology, and innovation. In the context of our ministry, government has established strategic partnerships with the key development partners, including Trademark Africa, TMA, in short, and through TMA's support, essential trade infrastructure, such as one-stop border posts, the single customs territory, and the laboratory testing centers have been developed to enhance cross-border trade and competitiveness. These investments, spanning both physical infrastructure and digital trade solutions, have significantly improved the efficiency and effectiveness of cross-border trade operations. I recognize that still a number of problems abound, and we need to do a lot more to introduce the traffic at the borders between ourselves, especially Uganda and Kenya. By March 2025, over 15 one-stop border posts had been established, reducing border crossing time by 70% and generating annual savings of approximately $63 million. Government has also simplified registration under the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, URSB, by introducing online business registration systems and thereby making it much, much simpler to register your business. Government, through Enterprise Uganda and other agencies, has promoted financial literacy, business planning and export readiness, capacity development programs for individuals and enterprises. We have increased the application of STI and knowledge economy, providing new sources of growth and enhance value addition and productivity. And this has been reflected in the numbers, the resource allocations to this particular segment. The rapidly changing technologies, owing to the current wave of innovations, are key drivers of mass production and trade of high-value goods and services. In our exports, we have recorded a number of new products on top of the triple Cs and the triple Ts, which we are traditionally having. So STI has presented an opportunity for Uganda to tap into new sources of growth, adding value and differentiating its exports to regional and global markets. We have actually over 31 new products being sent out of Uganda through exports, increasing efficiency and therefore productivity. New potential sources of growth that are being leveraged using STI include the pathogen economy, where we're investing very heavily, the pharmaceutical industry, the automobile industry. You know now we can produce motor vehicles and exporting them, particularly buses, the bioeconomy, the circular economy, among others. Uganda also continues to provide investment incentives, including tax holidays and tax exemptions. And in addition, we have free zones where we have provided duty-free export benefits to manufacturers, to producers, and export-oriented production support. Infrastructure development is another area government is heavily investing in terms of road construction, rail development, electricity provision, and ICT. The third issue you raised is relating to financing and the partnerships. In total, Government of Uganda has provided capital in wealth funds at the tune of 8.03 trillion. These funds include the Support Uganda Development Bank with 1.45 trillion shillings, and that is supporting SMEs. A Myoga program with 553 billion shillings so far. The Parish Development Model, commonly called PDM, with 3.5 trillion shillings, and that is targeting especially the poor people who are still in the subsistence economy. The Agricultural Credit Facility, people investing in agriculture, 3.5 trillion shillings has so far been provided. I beg your pardon. The Agricultural Credit Facility, shillings 495.6 billion. The Youth Venture Capital Fund, 12.5 billion shillings. The Youth Livelihood Fund, 207.95 billion shillings. The Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, 168 billion. The Small Business Recovery Fund, which was a post-COVID fund, 100 billion, subscribed to by our partners, the local, especially the banks operating in Uganda. generating growth opportunities and productivity for women enterprises, 824 billion, and investment for industrial transformation and employment, called Invite, 800 billion shillings. In addition to private sector financing, the government recapitalized institutions such as the Uganda Development Bank, as I already mentioned, the Agricultural Credit Facility, and we continue to finance them, and the Microfinance Support Center. These initiatives are providing affordable credit for micro, small, and medium enterprises at low interest rates, far below the market interest rates. We are providing access to long-term loans for MSMEs in sectors like agriculture, manufacturing. There was a reduction in concessional funding owing to several shocks, such as the financial crisis in 2008, the Eurozone crisis of 2011, and the COVID-19 crisis of 2020 to 2022. We are now harnessing new innovative financing, including climate finance. In fact, we have a climate finance unit within the Ministry of Finance. The public-private partnerships, like the Ginger Expressway, that is almost getting done in terms of the paperwork, remittances, diaspora bonds, green bonds, infrastructure bonds, capital markets, crowd finance funding, pension funds, among others, and our public investment financing strategy. But all these depend on our ratings as offered by the various global credit rating agencies. At the moment, there is an African initiative for establishing the Africa Credit Rating Agencies, as we have been facing a lot of challenges with the global credit rating agencies. You cannot do much in the financial market if you are rated poorly, the way African countries are being perceived today and therefore being rated. Issuing of financial instruments becomes a big challenge. And where you succeed, interest rates cannot be competitive, cannot be low and attractive. To mitigate the devastating effects of climate change affecting agricultural production and productivity, as well as functionality of our infrastructure, government is implementing policies on adaptation to climate change, intensifying activities for accessing climate finance, the green bonds, and debt for nature swaps, among others. The value of pipeline projects under climate finance today totals $590.2 million, with others yet to come. Now, the question relating as to what we are doing and what is the expected impact of our actions to drive growth. Our response is as follows. Uganda's economy has demonstrated resilience from challenging global environment, characterized by rising geopolitical tensions, wars all over, wars around our country, disruptions in global commodity supply chains, and renewed protectionist measures such as tariff increases by the United States. In spite of the uncertainty stemming from these global challenges, Uganda's economy grew reasonably, with real GDP growth rising from 6.3% in financial year 2024-2025. Remember, during the COVID period, our GDP growth went down to 3%. We have managed to bring this back to 6.3% as by the financial year 2024-2025. And now, to an estimated 6.6% by the end of the current financial year 2025-2026. And the growth is further forecasted to to expand to 10.4% by the close of 26-27. So the outlook looks very clear and is very attractive. This growth is attributed to the stable macroeconomic conditions, investment in infrastructure such as roads, schools, hospitals, industrial parks, ongoing developments in the oil and gas sector, the macroeconomic stability, fiscal management of our country, increased exports, and favorable weather conditions. The growth is also supported by strategic government investments aimed at enhancing production, productivity, and private sector growth, such as providing financing through the wealth creation programs I mentioned earlier, the PDM and others. The strategic policy direction is focusing on ongoing investments in priority sectors and key enablers of the 10 growth strategy. We have identified our main drivers of this growth in what we have coined as the ATMs, the agro-industrialization, tourism development, mining, mineral beneficiation, science and technology. And this will be accomplished without jeopardizing macroeconomic stability and our debt sustainability strategy by prioritizing expenditure on interventions with high economic and employment impact, promoting export growth and diversification. So we shall ensure that we maintain good fiscal discipline, while also deepening regional trade and market access, as I already mentioned, and consolidating the stock and the quality of infrastructure development, strengthening domestic revenue mobilization, improving the return on public investment, and overall allocative efficiency. Our objectives for fiscal and monetary policy will yield the following impacts. Number one, reducing poverty from the current 16.1% in financial year 24-25 to 14% by the financial year 29-2030. Number two, attaining double-digit growth, as we have already projected for next financial year, to facilitate doubling the country's GDP by 2029-2030. Number three, maintaining price stability and keeping core inflation within the target of 5%. I think we have performed better than many other countries on the continent, below 5%. Enhancing management of the minerals to enhance economic diversification and expand the revenue base. Number five, fast-tracking full monetization of the economy and accelerating economic inclusion. In other words, we want to reduce the number of people engaged in subsistence drastically from that 33% of our households. Number six, achieving an average of 884,962 stock of new jobs annually over the NDP4 period. Number seven, maintaining a prudent fiscal stance to safeguard macroeconomic stability in line with regional monetary union convergence requirements. We have not yet attained a common currency like our friends from Cameroon, but we are working towards that convergence. And also domestic fiscal rules. We want to ensure that we follow all our fiscal rules, including following the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility. This includes also keeping our debt to GDP ratio below the 50% mark in present value terms and steadily lowering the fiscal deficit to 3% we want to minimize borrowing as much as possible, at least by the financial year 29-30. And finally, number 8, aggressively implementing strategies to increase the revenue to GDP ratio to the target of about 20% over the NDP4 period, to ensure that we can continuously service our debt effectively. So with the implementation of these interventions, Uganda's GDP rose to Uganda shillings 227.9 trillion, in dollars 61.9 billion in financial year 2024-25, and is projected to grow markedly from 251.45 trillion or 68 million billion United States dollars in financial year 2025-26 to 290.315 trillion, or call it US dollars 77 billion. That will be by the end of the current financial year, rather in the coming financial year 2026-27. Over the long term, with our 10-fold growth strategy, we target to expand the country's GDP from nearly 50 billion, what it was in 2023, to 500 billion by 2040. Hence, the 10-fold growth strategy that we keep talking about. I want to thank you so much for your attention. Notwithstanding what my colleague said, we are moving steadily forward as a country. And there's a lot for all of us to witness in this journey. Thank you so much for your attention.
Let us once again give him another hand clap. Honorable members, allow me to invite the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, here represented by the Minister in charge of people with disabilities. I think we can give her 5 minutes because we are not doing very well in terms of time. Look for a way of summarizing.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. I want to start by bringing apology of my minister. We also have another conference similar to this one in Serena under our ministry. And the Right Honorable Prime Minister, I have got this from here, so 5 minutes might not be adequate. My ministry is a ministry of all the human beings, and I think it will be unfair, especially when I'm a disabled person, to be cut after the men. I beg that I take my 10 minutes. Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we had a question. I'll try to summarize the paper. I'm not going to read sentence by sentence, and I'll touch on the areas that are important and relevant to this conference. How has the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development and the government of Uganda localized this declaration to not only ensure its implementation, but also accelerate the gender equality and women's empowerment in the country? I will not handle the introduction because Right Honorable Kasule already talked about the conference that happened here. I think the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development has made progress on the delivery of the Kampala Declaration commitments, SDG 5, Gender Equality and Women Empowerment, and SDG 8, Decent Work. Commitment number 1, to implement gender-responsive policy design, planning and budgeting, financing systems with a view of allocating more resources to gender-responsive initiatives and to promoting sustainable, inclusive, science-based and evidence-based approaches of driving job creation and fostering economic well-being for women and adolescent girls, including those with disabilities. Right Honorable Prime Minister, in the government of Uganda, we are aware that the Public Finance Management Act
already recognizes issues of equity, and I want to report that the 11th assessment report of the Equal Opportunities Commission on compliance on the ministerial policy statements with gender and equity of all the ministries' requirements for financial year 2025-2026 has revealed that the level of compliance with gender and equity stands at 61%. I think we are moving forward, Right Honorable Prime Minister. We have a commitment to prioritize the enforcement of gender equality statutes and the elimination of discriminatory laws and practices that hinder access by women and girls on gainful employment. We have a program called Implementation of the Justice for Her project. And this project, the government of Uganda, with support of the Australian Development Agency, we have handled the issues of survivor-centered justice model that addresses both structural and normative barriers within the justice system in the 3 high courts circuits of Masaka, Gulu, and Nebi. I also want to recognize that we have expanded legal aid to some of the survivors and legal representation and rights information, psychological support for survivors on justice actors, capacity building of justice sector personnel, and Sauti 116. This is a number you can call when you are under a problem, and this is done in partnership with UNICEF and other partners. And we encourage the issues of reporting about children and adults to the ministry so that we can handle the issues of violence against them. Work of the Industrial Court, we have an Industrial Court under the Ministry of Gender, and the Employment Act provides for reporting of cases related to employment rights to the Labor Office for appropriate handling. The Uganda Labor Offices have been established in every city and in every district. The Equal Opportunities Commission also looks at issues of women, tribunal hearings, conducting sessions, alternative dispute resolution, which has just come to the courts, are also some of the areas that we use to look at issues of justice. And government of Uganda compliance with international and regional obligations on equal opportunities, making recommendations on issues to promote equal opportunities, providing legal advice to the Commission, and conducting legal and human rights research. We have a commitment to promote access to science and technology for women, young people and children, expand digital learning, literacy and capacity building opportunities, address the risks and challenges emerging from the use of technologies, and equipping women and girls with skills for green jobs and productive assets needed to support climate resilient livelihoods and to drive sustainable economic growth. Right now, Prime Minister, you are aware that this year, on the 8th of March, we launched the Uganda Gender and Equity Strategy on Climate Action 2026-2031. The Uganda Gender and Equity Strategy for Climate Action 2026-2031 is the national framework for institutionalizing gender and equity in the climate mitigation and adaptation. And it translates the policy commitments into action through the 5 strategies of strengthening gender-responsive climate data, information and evidence systems, institutionalizing gender integration into climate planning, budgeting, monitoring, and reporting, ensuring inclusive gender-balanced climate governance, and advancing climate resilient and inclusive livelihood, transformation of household levels, and then driving investment in gender-responsive and climate-resilient infrastructure. Together, these pillars remove structural barriers to participation and improve the effectiveness of climate intervention, embedded and measurable accountability across sectors. I want to say that in this strategy, of course, we shall need a lot of support from Ministry of Water, and the minister should stop lamenting. We see how we can move forward and ensure that the women benefit from the issues of climate change, which are really threatening the women. It is us who suffer more than any other person in the community. To ensure women's economic empowerment, that's another commitment we made in prioritizing access for women, girls to credit, capacity building in the area of entrepreneurship, financial inclusion, and financial literacy, and by advancing respect for and the protection and fulfillment of women's rights to employment and rights to the workplace. I want to say that the ministry has come up with so many programs to address structural barriers such as unequal pay, lack of financial access, and disproportionate unpaid care work to achieve financial dependence and equality. I'm happy that the Minister of Finance has talked about some of our programs, and with the monies, I'm not going to touch them. One of the real programs we have now, we call it GROW, but generating growth opportunities and productivity for women enterprise. This is a program we run with the World Bank, and it targets women who are already in business. Then you can be supported to improve on your business and also help you in market access. We have the WEP program, Youth Livelihood Program. Again, the minister gave us the amounts. This one targets women, especially those ones who have businesses in a group, and even the youth livelihoods in the groups, they can be able to access this money. We all know that we have the parish development model. This is the program that government of Uganda is running for the poor of the poorest. And in it, we have deliberately decided that 30% will go for women, 30% will go for the youth, the 10% will go for older persons, and 10% will go for people with disabilities. And then we have a 20, which is for others. But the men are trying to say it is theirs. Anyway, it's again a debate for another day, whether it's for the men, but for others. We also have a myoga. In every constituency in Uganda, money has been allocated for the women enterprises and for the youth enterprises to try to build their capacity in terms of economic empowerment. We have a program called the Social Assistance Grants for Empowerment and Special Enterprise for the Older Persons Program. We have not left the old people out. This is a grant, it's not a loan, given to the old persons who can form a group between 5 to 10 people. We also have the National Special Grant for Persons with Disabilities. It also goes in groups of 5 to 10 people, and each group can access about 5 million and be able to do some enterprise to relieve them from the economic hardships that they have. We have another commitment was to review and report annually on the progress made towards achieving Goal 5 of 2030 Agenda and the related goals of Agenda 2063, given the cross-cutting implications of these goals for the attainment of immense other goals of 2 agendas. I want to report here that Uganda has submitted its annual reports always on implementation of the Solemn Declaration on Gender Equality in Africa and the United Nations Security Council and Resolution Women, Peace and Security to the African Union Commission. Right now, we are working the 10th periodic report to the UN CEDAW based on the concluded observations and recommendations issued by CEDAW Committee following Uganda's presentation of the combined 8th and 9th periodic report in February 2019. Progress made on the implementation of the Kampala Declaration, another commitment to boost employment for young people, including those with disabilities, by increasing investment in youth-led innovation through sustainable financing, tax incentives for youth enterprises, startups and incubation hubs, and adopting an integrated approach for combining training, job matching, financial support, and participation of young people in program design and implementation. As already said, I've already mentioned the programs that we have had to help them, but we also have a special program targeting the youth who are informal sector. We call it a Juakali. You can be supported with an item to be able to do some work within your environment. For example, you could open a saloon, you could be able to do carpentry, you can be able to do blacksmith. So we also have that program in the ministry. We call it a Juakali program. And then we look at to instrument the participation of young people in governance and their active engagement in shaping policies and strategies that bridge educational and job market. Participants here today, Uganda has got a framework where we have the youth participation, including representation right from the village to the Parliament of Uganda, local government, national consultative processes. They also have the National Youth Council, and other platforms that help them to discuss the agenda. We have a commitment to promote access by young women to education, including vocational training and strengthen workplace equality to improve children's services and the other ones. This one we work together with the Minister of Education under the TVET program to try we see how our people can be trained and facilitated to get some skills, maybe in electricity, doing plumbing, doing a lot of these other things that they can do and earn a living. Commitment number 4, to eradicate child labor, including through adoption of policies that promote rural livelihoods, education, social protection, and respect for the other. Again, I want to say we have operationalized the National Steering Committee on the Elimination of Child Labor. The committee spearheads coordination, provides strategic guidance and oversight in combating child labor, and we work together with our development partners, civil society, and government agencies. Right Honorable, I want to recognize some few challenges as I'm almost coming to the conclusion. We have, one of the challenges we have, shifting priorities of government and partners have led to a shrinking fiscal space for gender equality and women's empowerment. There's also a growing resistance and backlash against the gain made on gender equality and women empowerment, and I want to expand this one a bit, because the women now have got empowered who are getting more cases of gender-based violence in the families, because when you're a woman and you get money, the husband is not very comfortable when he doesn't know where the money has come from, and sometimes we're handling many of these cases. Slow change on negative social norms and practices, notwithstanding the ongoing initiatives on positive social norm change, community mobilization, and mindset change. I'll report here that we are still struggling with things like FGM, and we are progressing, but it's not very easy to penetrate the issue if it has got on the mindset of the people. What lessons do we have to give here? Partnership building and strengthening partnerships is the key to delivery of gender equality and women empowerment. Positive parenting and positive masculinity have to be integrated into all the programs in order to counteract the growing resistance and backlash of the gains. We all know that the young girl could be more empowered than the young boy. So we are looking at that clash and seeing what can we do. And we are calling upon positive parenting. Many parents here have left the children to be looked after by the phones and the TVs, and this is causing a big problem to our young people. And then continuous community mobilization and mindset change is a key to Uganda's effective uptake of Uganda program and services. So they need to continue mobilizing people. I can use the example of, whereas the PDM is doing well, some of our people thought this was a reward, right, Honorable Prime Minister. So they, instead of doing business, they went and started drinking waragi. And the money now, when you're asking them to pay, they don't have the money. So maybe these are things we need to begin preparing the mindsets of people as we run the program. I have rushed the paper of the minister. I hope I've done service. I want to thank you people for listening. May God bless you. Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. You have done justice to the paper. Let us clap for her once again. Can I now request other panelists to be a little more brief and summarize your papers? Let me request the Director, Industrial Value Chain and Development, who is representing the Minister, the Honorable Monica Musenero. I gave her permission to go out of the country. She's in UN. And so, Muikiriza Cosmas, thank you for coming.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I will cut what I had prepared short as per your guidance, but allow me to start with a a single statistic that tells three stories at once. And this relates to what we call GLP-1 drugs. In plain language, these are medicines that mimic a natural hormone in the body to regulate blood sugar, suppress appetite, and contribute to heart health. And you may know them by their brand names, like Ozempic, like Victoza. Now, these drugs are transforming the treatment of diabetes, obesity, and heart disease globally, and their demand is exploding. Now, the statistic I wanted to emphasize is that the market value for these GLP-1 drugs is 322 billion shillings, not million, $322 billion rather. That's the global market. That's very close to the GDP that we are aspiring for in 2040. Now, the originator drug costs about $1,000 per month, and that can easily price out more than the 500 million diabetes patients that we have globally. I wanted to note that Uganda's own Day Biopharma, which is based in Matuga, is the first African company that has developed a biosimilar version of these GLP-1 drugs, and it has filed with the US FDA. And so we are going to start manufacturing these drugs here in the country. And so that turns a life-saving medicine into an affordable, made in Uganda export product.
Honourable members, as you are aware, we are in the budgeting process. Honourable Gorobi is expected in Parliament to represent the ministry. And so I am constrained. I think we should allow him to go, because Honorable Musasizi is out of the country, and Honorable Matia Kasaija is still with HE. I don't know what we shall do with the question that will be destined to the Ministry of Finance. But we are forced to allow him to move, because it's coming to 2, and the Parliament is about to start scrutinizing the budget. So can we allow him to move? So thank you so much. But we shall need you tomorrow to answer your questions. Thank you so much. Let's continue, members.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Now, in that one statistic, I wanted to demonstrate three things. One is how lucrative science, technology, and innovation is, that a single drug can generate $322 billion annually. That's not a joking subject in Ugandan speak. That is an economy. The second point I wanted to emphasize is that if we leave STI alone with a few, we can further engender inequality, which is detrimental to meeting the SDGs. A $1,000 per dose drug is not medicine for Africa. It is only medicine for the wealthy. And then, of course, I wanted to demonstrate that Uganda, aligned to the Kampala Declaration, has already taken monumental leaps to ensure that we are architects and not passengers in this innovation revolution. So where do we stand? The Kampala Declaration was timely in affirming what we're already doing. At the time, we were already implementing NDP4, and STI is one of the priority sectors in NDP4, as the Honourable Minister from Finance has mentioned. And the key shift has been intentionality. We are not merely executing STI for the sake of it. It is STI for the economy. We have translated knowledge to production, from lab to market, from pilot to scale. And our strategy is really anchored in 4 facets, which I want to call the STIR framework. The S stands for sovereignize, building local end-to-end capacity all the way from the lab through production to the market. The T is for transforming, conversion of high-value products into lucrative, innovation-driven enterprises. The I is integration, linking STI to every sector, especially in the ATMs space, agro-industrialization, mineral development, including oil and gas, tourism, and also the enablers, including human capital development, health, energy, education, etc. And then the R is regenerate. Regenerate is continually feeding this pipeline with the requisite talent, with the requisite data, and with the requisite investment. Now, allow me to quickly hint on some of the priority areas where we are putting a bet as a nation. One is the pathogen economy, the health and biotech sector. You know, in the Kampala Declaration, it was noted that we are still importing more than 99% of our human vaccines. So how do we remedy that? Right, Honorable Prime Minister, you recall, just a few days ago, you launched our first locally manufactured diagnostic kits for malaria, for HIV, for sickle cell disease. And also we're making PCR kits here. These are products that were 100% imported 5 years ago. We are also developing vaccines and therapeutics to ensure that we are never again in the queue as happened during the last epidemic. But more importantly, we want to harness biotech as an economy, as a direct driver for socio-economic transformation and for leading us to achievement of the SDGs. The other sector is mobility, with specific emphasis on electric mobility. We commissioned the Chira Motors vehicle plant in Jinja, which is easily Africa's largest and most competent vehicle manufacturing plant at the tail end of last year. We have embarked on establishing a mass transit system in the country that is electrified so that we can give people a dignified transport mechanism. We started with Jinja. We are very soon going to Kampala. And since the local governments are here, please engage Chira Motors to ensure that your cities and municipalities are prioritized. We sent that bus to one of our buses to South Africa. I think you must have heard. It covered 13,000 kilometers without getting a single fault. Actually, it got a puncture. That was the major fault through the 13,000 kilometers. And we have already garnered more than 1,000 orders across the continent for our electric buses. The other sector is agro-industrialization, establishing mass value addition facilities for our commodities, coffee, bananas, cassava. We can now produce pharmaceutical-grade starch and sugars such as maltose within the country, and these are staples in far more lucrative value chains. And of course, the value will then trickle down to the farmer once we extend and get high-value products. And we have also developed what we call a Chibalo tool, which can empower local people to systematically choose the right enterprises that are likely to turn profit using that data-driven paradigm. Space and climate tech is another area. This week, I'm happy to note, and you must have heard, that Uganda'S jointly built a climate camera. We built it in collaboration with Kenya and Egypt with support from UNOSA, which is the UN Agency on Outer Space Affairs. We launched it to the International Space Station. And this will support climate resilience and environment monitoring across the continent. And this space data will feed early warning systems, agricultural productivity tools, and resource mapping. The last area is deep tech, the high tech, AI, data systems, the Internet of Things, and digital infrastructure. And we're already developing these things here. We can now manufacture industrial controllers, electric energy meters, 3D printers, and many others. And we have also set up incubation facilities to tap into the energy of our young people because they are really the engine of the next innovation frontier. Right, Honorable, as I conclude, we have learned some lessons along the way. One is that financing innovation requires patience. Science, technology, and innovation doesn't give quarterly returns. It demands a strategic patient capital, not short-term funding cycles. And this is precisely why the government has come in to partner with, to step in and establish pathfinders so that we absorb that early risk with the risk enterprises, and then later on we can crowd in private sector investment. The second lesson is that coordination is everything. And here we want to thank the Office of the Prime Minister. Innovation fails when ecosystems are fragmented. You're looking at policy, you're looking at financing, you're looking at market shaping. Government has to take the lead, not as a regulator, but as an investor, as a convener and a market shaper. Lastly, no innovation can happen without technologists. We're talking about human capital development here. And we have deliberately invested in developing the requisite human capital that's going to take us there. And then not forgetting partnerships, development partners, our investors, industrial leaders, bilateral relationships, and these have also been well coordinated through the Office of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Internal Affairs. You heard about the economic and commercial diplomacy that was mentioned. And I'm also happy to note that the UN, through the UN Technology Bank, has committed to support Uganda to undertake a revised technology needs assessment for our nation so that we further generate the requisite evidence base to inform our investments and attract global partnerships. So, Right Honourable Prime Minister, we are towing the line on the Kampala Declaration. We are proving with evidence that indeed STI shall be the prime driver for us to achieve the SDGs. Now, SDGs, yes, much as STI feeds into SDG 9, it's imperative to note that when we manufacture our own vaccines here, we advance SDG 3. When we electrify public transport, we serve SDG 7 and 13, clean energy and climate action. When we build agro-industrialization facilities that transform cassava into pharmaceutical-grade starch, we drive SDG 2, and so on. So we're looking at science, technology, and innovation as the highway for all the SDGs. And I think in our national development planning, we're also not looking at STI as a sector, but as an approach to the economy. So Uganda is not waiting for the future. We have to make it happen, and STI is an imperative. Thank you very much.
We are time bad, and because of that, allow me to invite the last presenter from the Ministry of Health, and that is Dr. Turiahawe Stavia, in charge of the commissioner in charge of communicable diseases. She's representing the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Right Honourable Prime Minister.
You have 5 minutes. Try to summarize within that time.
Thank you.
Because after this, I think we shall now go for a lunch break, then come back here for discussion.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister. It's my great honor and privilege to represent my minister to give you progress, lessons, and strategic opportunities on the Kampala Declaration 2025 and the SDG 3. The Honourable Minister brings you apologies. She would have loved to be here, but she had other high-level commitments in the region. So the Kampala Declaration adopted in April 2025 provides a clear African-led roadmap to accelerate progress on SDG 3 and Agenda 2063. It emphasizes domestic financing, digital transformation, and evidence-based policy planning. Now allow me to focus on SDG 3, which is good health and well-being. And I will start with the first commitment on addressing malnutrition. The Ministry of Health has made significant progress on reducing the proportion of children who are moderately or severely stunted from 28% to now 24%. The proportion of children with severe wasting from 3 to 2%, and proportion of children with moderate overweight from 3 to 3.7, 3.4. We have another commitment on improving maternal health, where we have also made significant progress in reducing especially maternal mortality, which has declined from 336 in 2016 to now 189. And then in 2024 to 207 deaths per 100,000 live births, as per the survey in 2024. We have also provided an improvement in family planning access, where the women in reproductive age that need family planning has the proportion has increased from 53 to now 57%. And for women who are delivering under professional care, we have improved in this as well, from 74% to 88%. The other commitment on health and well-being is on child health. Under child health, we have also made significant improvements as a ministry in reducing under 5 mortality, reducing neonatal mortality, infant mortality, and adolescent birth, reducing the adolescent birth rates. On reducing the burden of AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, waterborne diseases, and other communicable diseases, Right Honorable Prime Minister, delegates, we have also made significant progress in this area. Under HIV prevalence, we have reduced the HIV prevalence from 6% to now 5.4%, and the incidence from 1.9 to 0.79 per 1,000 population in 2024. The tuberculosis incidence has also come down to 186 per 100,000 population, with an over 50% reduction in death related to tuberculosis. Malaria incidence has also reduced from 433 in 2016 per 1,000 population to 261, whereas the prevalence has reduced to now 12.1 in 2025. Mortality rate attributed to cardiovascular diseases, cancer, diabetes, and chronic respiratory infections has increased from 38 in 2015 to 45 in 2019. But in 2024, we saw a very significant reduction to now 12% due to the awareness that we have created about non-communicable diseases. In terms of road traffic accidents, we still see a significant number of our people losing lives on the roads, to now 5,000 in 2024, and this continues to be a serious setback. Unsafe water, sanitation, and hygiene has reduced from 28, has reduced to 3 in 2025. And then mortality related to poisoning has also has come to 9% from 7%. It's still stagnating. I'll now go to the, given the 5 minutes, to the key investments that we have put in place to enable us achieve these reductions. Under maternal child health and access to health services, we have been able to ensure that 365 of the 365 sub-counties, 230 have a health center, 3 or 4, and this has improved access to child and maternal health services. In terms of capacity to offer cesarean section, the total of 194 health center force were able to conduct cesarean section because we have provided blood access and also deployed the necessary health workforce. We have also equipped neonatal intensive care units in 54 in all regional referral hospitals and 54 general hospitals across the country. We have also improved in provision of infrastructure at the primary level, upgraded 414 health center 2s to 3s, 18 health center 3s to 4s, 4 health center 4s to general hospitals, and additionally 4 general hospitals have been renovated and equipped accordingly. In secondary and tertiary level infrastructure, 2 regional referral hospitals were constructed, equipped, and operationalized, and these are Yumbe and Kayunga regional referral hospitals. 14 CT scans were provided in 14 regional referral hospitals. We also constructed 24 oxygen plants across 4 national referral hospitals, 16 regional referral hospitals, and 3 general hospitals to improve the care for people who are critically ill. We have constructed 1 regional cancer treatment center in Guru, and we have 3 more planned in Mbare, Mbarara, and Arua. The construction of the Uganda Heart Institute commenced, and thanks to the government of Uganda for enabling this to happen. We have also constructed and equipped regional blood banks in Arua, Hoima, Soroti, and improved access to blood and blood products. In terms of moving critical patients and emergency services, we have in the past 5 years procured over 270 type B ambulances and 11 type C ambulances. In terms of digitizing the health service, to improve on accountability and efficiency, we have integrated electronic medical records, so far established in 137 health facilities, and then we have the National Medical Store also digitized for ordering across the over 3,433 health facilities. In terms of ensuring that people continue to get standard services of health, we have launched our client charter and service delivery standards as required. So under the critical lessons and challenges, I will not dwell much, but majorly we still, although we have reduced maternal mortality, we still have significant death. We are yet to achieve the SDG target of 140 per 100,000 live births. We need all your support in ensuring that all pregnant mothers access antenatal early and deliver from health facilities. Health financing, you are aware of what is happening in the global health financing, and we are facing reductions from our external financing sources. And then we continue to have increasing non-communicable diseases. And this is what requires the whole of government and also whole of society, together with communicable diseases, Right Honorable Prime Minister. We have been seated here, and this is one of the things that fuels non-communicable diseases. We need to standardize as government, maybe put a periodic time between meetings and sittings where people can stand and stretch to avoid the rise of non-communicable diseases. The lessons and recommendations and opportunities. A key lesson from the Kampala Declaration is the necessity to reducing resilience on external financing for our health. Uganda is now negotiating health aid as a strategic partner rather than a passive recipient, aligning funds with the National Development Plan 4. You must be aware of the ongoing USG and Uganda MOU that was signed last year. We are focusing on data-driven policy, emphasizing African-owned data, which has highlighted the need to modernize statistical systems with data science and non-traditional sources to track marginalized populations accurately. Digital transformation, leveraging on technology to modernize statistical systems. Innovative financing, Uganda is pioneering the use of SDG bonds, digital investment platform to close continental financing gaps. Roadmap alignment, the upcoming SDG implementation roadmap, we aligned the 4th National Development Plan to prioritize high-impact interventions. Under national health insurance, we are still expectant that this will come to be passed in our country, a major opportunity that exists, which is expected to expand coverage and reduce the high out-of-pocket costs currently being faced by our families and further putting us into poverty. The community health workforce, we are expanding this strategically to ensure that every household in the country has access to health information, disease prevention, maternal child health services at their doorstep. In line with the PDM model, each parish will have two trained community health workers in addition to the VHTs that are in each village. In conclusion, Honorable Prime Minister, the state of health as far as the SDG 3 is concerned is generally good. We need to work together to ensure that we achieve the expected targets. Further improved active measure directive to ensure every sub-county has a functional facility. Health Center 3, we have a Health Center 4 in the health sub-districts to increase access to underserved populations in islands and others remains key. The budget of our health sector was increased thanks to the government to now 5.87 trillion, and we are hoping for more as we focus on domestic resourcing for our health. I thank you on behalf of the Minister of Health, Jane Ruth Acheng Ochero. Thank you.
Honorable Ministers and everybody present, join me to thank our panelists for having updated us ably. I want to now request that we stand up because you know what she has said. Let's stand up a bit. Please stretch. I don't know how to do it. Now that you are here, Stavia, tell us how we can do it.
We can do the same way.
Sideways?
Yes. Like this.
Ah.
And the other side.
Oh.
Again, the other side. Again. Oh. Yes. Correct. Thank you.
So when you do that, what happens?
You allow.
And have lunch. It is now my honor to invite you for lunch. And you know, Uganda is endowed with fresh foods, organic in that matter. Can I request Honorable Kasule Lumumba to lead us in the lunch prayer? Is it on? Come over. As she comes, I want to inform our visiting delegates that Ugandans now live longer. Ugandans live longer. We used to die at the age of 43 in 1986. The life expectancy now has increased to 68. I am sure that I will live up to that age. I am sure that all of you, Ugandans, you will live beyond that age. In God's name.
Let's humble ourselves for prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom, you have given us responsibility to be leaders in this country at this time. We've sat here, listened, deliberated on behalf of the people who you gave us responsibility to lead now. We thank you for the food. We thank you for all those who have made it possible. As we go to partake of it, Lord, send the Holy Spirit to bless it and bless us who are going to eat it so that we eat and be able to get energy and serve you better. We pray all this in Jesus' name. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you've moved out too fast because I have not made a communication on where you're having your lunch because it's a totally different place. I know we are very, very tight up on time, but I am going to request that our Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Nabanja, together with the other dignitaries, are going to use the B1 door and head to the poolside area. And then our service staff, our bodyguards, our drivers, we are going to be having our lunch in the marina parking. I'm waiting for this group picture to get done, and then I'll give us the outright communication on where we are having our lunch. So allow me invite now the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the ministers, our foreign guests, the members of Parliament. And I want to give you a reminder that the Prime Minister is once again going to chair the session, and we are going to have the discussion after lunch. So the Prime Minister, our heads of
No, yeah, that's me there on the screen. So that's the slide on the country team, in case you didn't know who the country team is, that's me. And I would like to underline that I am responsible for leading and coordinating one of the largest and most diverse UN country teams in sub-Saharan Africa, with 29 entities operating under a single cooperation framework. The next one will have 32 entities. These entities, some of them are resident in Uganda, some of them are non-resident, but together we work to advance the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals in Uganda. So this scale, the size of the United Nations country team in Uganda is not an end in itself. It is valuable when it delivers, when it is seen to deliver by the people of Uganda, and when it works closely with the government of Uganda to deliver the results. In 2025, the cooperation framework allowed the UN system to function as an integrated partner to government, linking humanitarian response with development investments, policy advice with service delivery, and national priorities with global commitments. The strengthened resident coordinator system played a central convening and integrator role, ensuring collective accountability rather than parallel agency action in silos. So we are very happy to be in Uganda where we work as one. And that's the UN country team. They are there on that end of the room, but also you can see their faces. But we don't do this alone. We do it with our development partners. And on the screen you will see some examples of the partners that we work with. So we've put up their flags or their logos up there. Indeed, in an era of shrinking aid envelopes, partnerships matter more than ever. The United Nations comparative advantage lies not in the volume of financing, but in its ability to convene, align, and de-risk investments, particularly for inclusive growth, climate resilience, and social protection. We are the champions, I would say, in human capital development. This role becomes even more critical as Uganda transitions from a spending state to a financing state based on its own domestic resources. Indeed, you will see that results in 2025 were enabled by a broad partnership ecosystem. Government leadership on the one hand, development partners, IFIs, civil society, and the private sector on the other. A major milestone was the transfer of the Local Development Partners Group Secretariat to the Office of the Resident Coordinator, reflecting confidence in the Resident Coordinator system's convening role and neutrality. This positions the United Nations in Uganda to help shift the financing conversation from fragmented aid to coordinated financing for development. The importance of our partnership and collaboration in achieving the tenfold growth target of Uganda is imperative. The collaboration in 2025 through national policy dialogues for financing for development and the role of the Local Development Partner Group was very instrumental in advancing our discussion with government on how government will, in concrete terms, become an agent and a driver and a financier of its own development. "2025 was not just another reporting year. It was a year of convergence that tested systems rather than projects. Indeed, we started the year with massive losses of official development assistance. Uganda closed NDP 3 and launched NDP 4. Also, I must congratulate Uganda for meeting the criteria for graduation from least developed country status, all the time while facing intensified regional displacement, climate shocks, public
I
health emergencies,
expected a big hand clap.
and a tightening global financing environment.
You have heard the resident coordinator saying Uganda has developed. Uganda has emerged one of those countries that are now in the lower middle income status. To me, that's a very big achievement. And I want to thank you. Please continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. Microeconomic stability in Uganda has been preserved, but policy space remains tight. We still have youth unemployment, climate vulnerability, refugee pressures, and global supply chain risks, all interacting with domestic reform agendas that are also being pursued. So there are challenges, but there are also opportunities. And I must say that Uganda does seize the opportunities. In this context, the United Nations' role is to support the evidence-based prioritization, anticipatory planning processes, and protection of the most vulnerable, ensuring that shocks do not reverse hard-won development gains, that no one is left behind, and that we reach those who are furthest behind first. Coming back to the issue of graduation, I must add that graduation brings opportunity, but also reduced access to concessional support. Global volatility narrows fiscal margins, but we can manage if we work together. The question before us is therefore not whether Uganda has ambition, for this it does, but whether systems are strong enough, financing is aligned enough, and partnerships are coherent enough to translate this ambition into delivery under the constraints. We must all align with national priorities to ensure that we make steady progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. The cooperation framework is co-owned with the government and aligned to National Development Plan priorities, the SDGs, and Uganda's regional and global commitments. This alignment is critical as Uganda enters NDP 4 with a focus on jobs, incomes, and structural transformation. In 2025, this alignment ensured that UN support reinforced national systems rather than substituting for them, whether in justice reform, labor markets, climate resilience, or social services. The SDG snapshot reminds us that progress is uneven. While some goals are on track, others you will see face major or significant challenges. And we've put a dashboard on the screen there for you to have a look. Where are the challenges? Well, we see that those challenges particularly linked to poverty, education, inequality, jobs, and institutions. The headline results you will hear today from my colleagues up here reflect tangible progress, but also underline where acceleration and sharper financing alignment are needed. We have made progress in implementation of SDGs in Uganda. 85%, I understand, of the SDGs have been integrated into the National Development Plan. And ATMs, agro-industrialization, tourism, mining, science, innovation, and technology focus in the NDP 4 assures us that there will be acceleration of the implementation of the SDGs in Uganda to meet the objectives of Agenda 2030. Now, Honorable Prime Minister, please allow me to transition now to the co-chairs who are up here. My colleagues that you see up here lead the results group. There are various results groups that we have, and they are their co-leads, so they've organized themselves that one of them comes to give us a snapshot the headlines of the achievements in each sector. So I will pause and invite the co-chairs of the strategic pillars to reflect on results, challenges, and lessons from their areas of leadership. I will begin by inviting my sister Paulina of UN Women, co-chair of Strategic Priority 1 on transformative and inclusive governance, to share reflections building on what we have presented, particularly on sustainability, system change, and what it will take to scale impact on National Development Plan 4. And then she will invite the next speaker, and so on and so forth. So please, Paulina, please take over. The podium is yours.
Thank you, the RRC. Right Honorable Prime Minister, please allow me to ride on the protocols which have already been established. Thank you. I'm presenting, as the RRC have stated, Priority 1, Transformative and Inclusive Governance. Governance is the foundation upon which inclusive growth, justice, equity, and lasting peace are built. So the results I'm going to present here today are not just statistics, but they reflect how the United Nations, as a Catholic partner and trusted convener, is helping to ensure that Uganda's progress translates into really national capacity and system. It also translates into access to justice. It also translates into digital data system for inclusive planning. And also it translates into youth peace initiatives. And finally, I will also be looking at the mass media outreach and the opportunities for those most at risk of being left behind. So I have mentioned the first point that I'm going to look at is national capacity and system. So the United Nations, in collaboration with the government of Uganda and other partners, strengthen about 50 institutions at the national and sub-nation levels. How did we strengthen? We strengthened through program-based planning and budgeting, justice sector performance management, and here I just want to give another specific example on how Uganda have strengthened national capacity and system. If we look at 2023, Uganda's Ibrahim Index of African Governance scored 48%. But last year, 2025, the year under review, Uganda scored 49.1%. Congratulations to Uganda. Now, access to justice. United Nations supported interventions saw over 7,500 individuals received legal support. And this resulted into enhancing rights, protection, and fair legal processes. So the justice sector really made progress. And when we look at legal aid interventions, which were supported by the United Nations, we reached more than 33,000 inmates. And this facilitated bail release and reducing justice system backlogs and prison congestion, including secured conviction on ending violence against women and girls. So this improved the efficiency and the responsiveness of the justice system. Also, the United Nations video conferencing support and court open days help to enable efficiency and accountability. Point number 3, digital data systems for inclusive planning. National statistical capacity were strengthened through United Nations interventions. The United Nations supported harmonization and dissemination of key statistical products, including Uganda Household Survey Report, 17 subnational census profiles, population projections, and small area estimation reports. Now, what happened with regard to youth peace initiatives? The United Nations targeted programs helped over 14,000 youth, and this help resulted in preventing violence extremism and also grow in leadership and innovation. We also have initiatives on cross-border programming, including dialogues, which were enhanced in Karamoja and help to prevent conflict or to reduce conflict, and also helped the population to be able to engage in livelihood activities. Mass media outreach. This is where we see winning of hearts and minds. So the United Nations supported peace and security communications, which reached over 5 million people nationwide, building public confidence and trust, and promoted civic engagement. So these results show that the United Nations contribution to Uganda is not just about funding, it's about coordinated action, as we heard from the resident coordinator. So the United Nations adds value to bringing communities, institutions, and police processes to drive more responsive, inclusive, and people-centered justice systems at scale. The United Nations adds value by driving integrated, prevention-focused approaches that address root causes and deliver lasting peace. The United Nations adds value as a credible and trusted platform for consistent messaging at scale. So finally, as we move into the 2026 to 2030 cooperation framework, these numbers remind us that our governance reforms are the primary catalysts for the shared prosperity and resilience we seek as we transform the lived realities of the people of Uganda. Thank you. Let me take this opportunity to invite the representative of IOM, my colleague Sanus, to come and present.
The Right Honorable Prime Minister, allow me to stand on existing protocol. I am honored to present the United Nations Cooperational Framework Program for Performance for 2025 under Priority 2, Shared Prosperity in Health Environment, delivered in close partnership with the government of Uganda through coordinated and integrated intervention. The UN system has supported inclusive economic growth, climate resilience, sustainable livelihood, and environmental stewardship aligned with national development priorities. As co-chair, together with WFP, I have the singular honor to present to this body the achievements on the key result group for 2025. The UN too supported coordinated skills development, entrepreneurship, and enterprise, supported over 53,000 young people transition into employment, reinforcing national effort on youth empowerment, productivity, and decent work. 2, smallholder farmer productivity gains. United Nations supported targeted interventions to strengthen market access and value chain participation that enabling smallholder farmer to generate nearly 5.9 million in revenue, contributing to improve household incomes and food system resilience. 3, refugee livelihoods. United Nations supported livelihood programs across refugee hosting districts that created 1,832 new employment opportunities benefiting refugees and host community and strengthening Uganda comprehensive refugee response. In addition, 7,587 refugees and migrants were supported to depart safely to 11 destinations in 2025, of whom 6,533 individuals, 86% of this number, were resettled to Canada through the United Nations supported regular migration and protection pathways. 4, expanding agro-business farming. Through United Nations support to unlock inclusive growth and private sector participation. 99% of SME, small and medium enterprises, access $4.9 million in loans, many for the first time, enabling business expansion, job creation, and value chain development. The second part of my presentation is the PowerPoint, is the local climate resilience finance. That is number 5. Through the UN support and investment of $2.4 million in climate resilient grants supported 14 districts in Uganda, enabling climate adaptation measures into local development plans and district budgets. Anticipatory action livelihood. Through anticipatory action mechanism, 8,515 households receive early livelihood support ahead of drought impact, reducing vulnerability and protecting productive assets through proactive risk-informed measures. We talk always about clean energy market growth. The expansion of clean energy market growth resulted in sale of over 807,000 clean energy products, creating 3,200 green jobs while reducing environmental pressure and household resilience on sustainable energy sources. Progress remaining challenges. While significant progress has been achieved in advancing climate adaptation, green growth, and inclusive livelihoods, sustained investment remain essential, particularly to expand access to clean cooking solutions and deepen resilience at scale. Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, in partnership with the government of Uganda, under the leadership of the Right Honorable Prime Minister and Chair of the Joint Steering Committee, these results collectively demonstrate the strength of the UN and the government collaboration in advancing shared prosperity within the healthy and resilient environment, while ensuring inclusive development for all, including refugees and host communities. Thank you very much. I now have the honor to invite my colleague, Christine, to come and take the floor.
Right Honourable Prime Minister, allow me please again to stand on existing protocol and thank you for this opportunity to present the results under our third strategic pillar. The third strategic pillar on human well-being and resilience deals with human development and the social sectors, and as such, this is a very significant area of work. The results that I will present to you represent just a snapshot. Integrated service delivery. With our support, over 13 million people accessed improved health, education, nutrition, protection, and wash services in 2025. In the area of sustainable health financing and systems strengthening, in order to ensure sustainable financing, we supported national policy frameworks on domestic resource mobilization for health such as the Health Compact. Under the Health Compact, we leveraged co-investment of $6.3 million in family planning commodity procurement. This delivered over 1.8 million couple years of protection and ensured that over 86% of health facilities were well stocked with essential contraceptives. We have supported continuing high immunization coverage. DPT-3 immunization coverage was sustained at 95% nationwide, despite 8 concurrent disease outbreaks. Nutrition services treated over 68,000 children with severe acute malnutrition, preventing long-term risks. And in the area of education recovery, education initiatives helped over 126,000 out-of-school children to return to learning through Cash Plus and community approaches. Thank you very much, and allow me to hand over to my colleague Jackie, the country representative of UNAIDS.
Thank you, Christine. Honorable Prime Minister, please allow me to stand on existing protocols as well and present to you our cross-cutting results. So the UN Cooperation Framework has cross-cutting issues. Gender and human rights, cross-cuts across the pillars that my colleagues have talked to, and also leaving no one behind. I will be speaking to those cross-cutting issues. So on gender and human rights, gender equality and human rights outcomes advanced through strengthened justice systems, domestic financing, and norm change initiatives. Public trust in justice institutions rose from 59% in 2020 to 71% in 2025, reflecting improved access, responsiveness, and accountability of the Uganda justice system. District-level financing for gender-based violence prevention and response nearly doubled, increasing from 1.23 billion Uganda shillings to 2.23 billion Uganda shillings in 2025, again signaling stronger national ownership of gender equality commitments. Protection and education interventions rescued 120 girls from harmful practices and supported their return to school, translating policy commitments into life-changing outcomes for young girls and young women. Collectively, these results demonstrated the impact of aligning legal frameworks, financing, and community engagement to advance gender equality and human rights sustainably. Next slide. In the area of leaving no one behind, for those who participated in the last Joint Steering Committee will remember that we presented the Leaving No One Behind report, which was developed under the leadership of the Office of the Prime Minister with support from the UN. So the principle of leaving no one behind was operationalized across all strategic priorities in 2025, moving beyond rhetorical commitment to concrete system changes. For the first time, refugees and persons living with disabilities were systematically integrated into national surveys and administrative data systems, enabling planning and targeting that reflects lived realities rather than national averages. As you know, Uganda remains one of the few countries that is very, very welcoming to refugees. So the fact that we can be able to get data on how refugees are being reached by development services is truly remarkable. Women, youth, refugees, host communities, and persons living with disabilities were prioritized as both beneficiaries and agents of change, particularly in climate action, livelihoods, and governance reform. The district government and community institutions assumed stronger roles in implementation, supported by enhanced domestic financing and local ownership. These advances strengthened inclusivity, accountability, and sustainability, ensuring that progress reached populations that are historically invisible in national datasets and decision-making. Please allow me to congratulate both the government and the UN for these outstanding results in this area. I will now hand over to my colleague, the country representative of UNICEF, Robin Nandi, who will take us through the lessons that we learned together. Thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, allow me to also stand on existing protocols. And now that you have all heard the contribution of the United Nations to the development agenda of the Republic of Uganda, the three pillars and the two cross-cutting themes, what did we learn in 2025? And we did, as we reflect on the successes and challenges of 2025, want to share with you 4 broad lessons. 1, systems approaches are not optional. We have to work in a systems manner as a United Nation, as the multilateral partner of the Republic of Uganda. We cannot use our scarce resources to support small projects that are not sustainable, but focus on systems change, system strengthening, and to address the persistent development challenges. Second, we stay the course. The United Nations has been in the Republic of Uganda for several decades now. We are a long-term partner, and we are here to stay the course. Some of the development challenges that we face do not have a quick fix or an easy fix. And we need to persevere, we need to put in the hard grind to actually address these challenges. So we are not looking at short-term quick wins, but a long-term engagement to address systemic challenges and gaps. Number 3, community engagement and resilience. Right Honorable Prime Minister and dear friends and colleagues, a lot of development challenges can be addressed from a top-down manner, but the engagement of the community, the engagement of the grassroots is extremely critical. My colleague, I think Paulina, mentioned the importance of behaviors, behavior change, harmful practices. We need to engage, receive the ownership of the communities and make sure there is a substantive change in behaviors so that the communities take ownership of their own destiny. Some of the complex challenges that we face, teenage pregnancies, malnutrition, response to shocks, require grassroots action, require behavior change, and that really is an important component of development cooperation. And number 4, the need to pivot. My colleagues have said we are prone to shocks. We are prone to emergencies. Colleagues talked about the refugee influx. Colleagues also talked about the 8 disease outbreaks. We had Mpox outbreaks and an Ebola virus outbreak last year. And we are currently in the midst of a measles outbreak in Karamoja. So we will need to be nimble, we need to be agile and pivot to address the challenges of the day. So having learned all these lessons, what are our priorities for 2026? Obviously, colleagues, you would have seen or you will have access to the the Sustainable Development Framework for 2026 to 2030. But if I may summarize in 4 broad areas. Number 1, focus on consolidation, a depth of engagement rather than scattering our resources very thin across a wide area. We want to consolidate on the gains of the last cooperation cycle. Second, I talked about system strengthening and coherence. We need national systems supported by operational policies that addresses the gap and addresses the change in norms within the country. So again, a systems approach, integrated approach across different line ministries, because a lot of the complex challenges that we face cannot be dealt with by one line ministry independently. Number 3, South-South collaboration. I think this is a comparative advantage of the United Nations working across pretty much all across the globe, is to bring experience and expertise to the Republic of Uganda, but very, very importantly, share the good practices of the Republic of Uganda with other countries who may replicate some of your successes. And number 4, key thematic priorities. Our thematic priorities remain social and protection services, especially for the most vulnerable, jobs, food systems transformation. Climate resilience is a big one during the next cycle, because we are already seeing the impacts of climate change on our populations, and broader human capital development, including the normative focus on gender, human rights, and very, very importantly, disability inclusion, an area where the Republic of Uganda has made huge strides in 2025 through the National Disability Benefit. And here I want to thank the support and cooperation of Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we can have a group photo now for the panelists. Then I will invite my team also. Before that group photo, thereafter, I will make a statement and invite my team. But I will make a statement when my team is already seated here. I will request the Minister, Honorable Chris Baryomunsi, who will represent on behalf of the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. After we have had a group photo, then I will invite Honorable Mary Mugasa. Is she around? Yes, who will represent on behalf of the Minister of Local Government. Then the Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Thereafter, under contribution pillar 2, that's pillar 1. Pillar 2, I would have invited the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. He already made a presentation. And you are aware he went to Parliament. Then the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development. My sister, Honorable Lucina Nkabirwa, she's here present. Then thereafter, I will go to pillar 3. The Minister of Health has already made a presentation, and the Minister of Water and Environment. Do we have the PS Minister of Water? You will come in here and give and support your minister. So can I now request the panelists to come in front here? We have a photo, and then I will make my statement and invite my team.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the Prime Minister and the team that just presented takes the group photo, may we all rise and just do a stretch, because some of you have started praying for us. Yeah, I saw you had started interceding on behalf. So yes, let's please stretch out as the Prime Minister gets back. We need a vibrant one, right? Okay. You stretch your neck. You stretch your back. I think there was, we had a... Good. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You may get seated, and I'll hand back to our Chief Convener, the Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Can I request the ministers to come forward so that I can make my statement in your presence? All those I mentioned about. So, honorable ministers, our development partners, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I bring you greetings and best wishes from our President. Once again, I'm also pleased to welcome you to this Government United Nations Joint Steering Committee session, which is convened under the theme, Leveraging Global Partnerships to Support Uganda's National Development Priorities. And this session is being held within the framework of the National Annual Government Performance Conference. Today's engagement focuses on strengthening collaboration to complement the government's fourth National Development Plan priorities, accelerate progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals, and enhance results through the Government of Uganda United Nations Cooperation Framework. As you are aware, ladies and gentlemen, that this platform remains central to deepening our strategic partnerships and reinforcing shared accountability for delivering tangible development results. Honorable members, the Joint Steering Committee provides an opportunity not only to review performance, but also to draw strategic lessons, address implementation constraints, and ensure that our collective efforts remain responsive to Uganda's evolving development context. The last Joint Steering Committee held on 15th October 2025 in Kampala was convened at a pivotal moment, making Uganda's transition to the new Uganda United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, that is 2026-2030. The commencement of NDP4 implementation and the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. At the previous Joint Steering Committee session, we emphasized as follows. 1, deepening strategic alignment and policy coherence between NDP4 and the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, that is 2026-2030, through the Sustainable Development Goals. Leveraging multilateral capabilities for scale and innovation. Consolidating gains while addressing systematic constraints. We called for stronger alignment of programming for transformative results at scale. Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, today we will receive the results of collaboration under the cooperation framework since the last joint steering committee. By the way, this we have already received. And so I encourage you to go beyond discussing activities and instead provide a focused account of key results achieved. We want to see how efficient and innovative financing approaches have driven performance, the enablers of successful scaling, and the role of partnership in delivering impact alongside candid relations to strengthen sustainability. Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I commend the close collaboration between my office and the United Nations system in aligning this session with the National Performance Review Conference. Because this alignment is strategic in nature, as it reinforces government's leadership and ownership. It also promotes the use of the country systems and ensures that our partnership remains fully firm, anchored in our national priorities, while responding effectively to emerging challenges. As we proceed, I invite us to reflect on 3 critical questions. 1, are we delivering results efficiently? That's question number 1. Question number 2, are our financing approaches sustainable and catalytic? Question number 3, are our partnerships adding value at scale? And so these questions call for open, candid, and solution-oriented dialogue. And this session should not only review progress, but also unlock implementation bottlenecks, strengthen coordination, and enhance service delivery. Honorable Ministers, Your Excellency, and colleagues, our shared objective remains clear. That is to accelerate Uganda's progress towards sustainable development goals and improve the well-being of our people. Let us therefore use this platform to reaffirm our commitment to results, strengthen alignment, and draw lessons that will enable us to deliver transformative, inclusive, and sustainable impact. I now want to invite my sister, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, as I conclude my submission. I want to express my sincere appreciation to all of you for coming to the United Nations system and our development partners for your continued collaboration, for your commitment and support towards advancing Uganda's national development agenda. Honorable Minister, please.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. I want to recognize my colleagues, ministers. I want to recognize our partners, the UN country team, for which I would like to appreciate gratitude for the work that you have done, the report that you've come up with, which we have read. I want to recognize our team that helps us to implement the policies, the programs that we initiate. Team RDCs, team permanent secretaries, all of you partners, and good afternoon to you all. Right Honorable Prime Minister and colleagues, our National Development Plan has 18 programs, and out of the 18 programs, my sector covers 2 critical programs: the Sustainable Energy Development and the Sustainable Extractives Industry Development Program. Those are critical programs that spur the entire development of the economy. It cuts across. So whatever success that has been registered in whatever sector, I have made a contribution there. And whatever failure that you have encountered, I have also made a contribution there. Because if I don't supply you with affordable, reliable electricity, there is no way tourism can boom, there is no way agriculture can boom with mechanization and all that. So I acknowledge the success, and I also acknowledge where we have not performed, and I will promise that we will get there. So the sustainable energy, Right Honorable, therefore, is not a mere support sector to transformation. It is one of the main engines of transformation. It raises household welfare, it unlocks enterprise, it powers industry, it ensures that prosperity is shared more widely across people and generations and places. And I'm going to mention a few critical areas under the sustainable energy development. Time permitting, maybe tomorrow, I am sure that I'll also touch the extractives industry in detail, because each one of you would like to know whether we are comfortable with our petroleum products supply in Uganda, when are we seeing the first oil? All those are lingering questions in your head. So maybe by the time we go through the 3 days, I would have the opportunity to really submit. Right Honorable Prime Minister and colleagues, shared prosperity cannot happen where farmers cannot process and add value, where traders cannot refrigerate, where manufacturers cannot run efficiently, and digital service cannot function reliably. And Honorable Riomos can agree with me. Energy is what converts economic potential into real production, into job creation and incomes. And my ministry is to provide the energy backbone for Uganda's transformation agenda. Right on our Prime Minister, we have registered progress in as far as access to electricity is concerned. As of 2024, we were at 58%. As I speak now, we've crossed over to 63.3%, with 25.3% on grid and 38% off grid. And I'd like to thank all of you who have gotten involved in your own power installation through solar and other sources. And what government did was to waive taxes on solar panels so that they become affordable in order for you to be patriotic and get access to that power which you have brought yourself. So we total up all that to 63.5%. While the National Development Plan 4 continues to prioritize access to marginalized communities, refugee and all segments in the country, we also target the load centers and have been guided by my president that in order for us to enhance industrialization, we have to target them. You know what comes from industrialization, job creation, and all that. Then on linking, therefore linking energy to jobs, I will add on to the information that has been given us by the UN team. My ministry is prioritizing productive and efficient use of energy, ensuring that power is used efficiently to run irrigation, agro-processing, milling, welding, refrigeration, services, and small-scale industries. A connection that provides light only, it provides welfare, it improves welfare. But a connection that powers production transforms livelihoods. So under the PDM, Parish Development Model, we are prioritizing demand stimulation, clean energy hubs, and stronger market access for productive use appliances and products. Economic transformation is incomplete if households still spend excessive time and income on inefficient cooking systems. In Uganda, many households spend 30 to 50% of their discretionary income and more than 5 hours daily on cooking and fuel collection. When we advance clean cooking, we free time, we improve health, we reduce pressure on household budgets, and expand the productive participation of women and families in the economy. We also improve marital relationships at home. If this woman is provided with clean cooking facilities, where even the man can be enticed to enter the kitchen because of that clean cooking, then homes get stronger and stronger. So we have established a clean cooking unit, and that's why we are seeing a jump from a mere 4.1%, those who have access to clean cooking facilities, to 26% because of the establishment of the cooking unit at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. And I would like to thank our partners that provided for the first 5 million euros that we got from Paris. That helps us to establish this clean cooking unit, which is championing advocacy. We have reached out to cultural institutions to try and beg them to change their cultural way of cooking, matoke, kalo, and all that, and make sure that they save by using the clean cooking saving stoves. But allow me also to mention, Right Honorable Prime Minister, that we have to harmonize and understand the different definitions of clean cooking. In Uganda, clean cooking has a different definition. If I shifted from using volumes of firewood to cook a meal, and I shift to using a few sticks to cook a meal, I'm saving energy, and I take that as a development. But others, I think the UN has a definition that just recognizes an abandonment of firewood and charcoal to liquefied petroleum gas, solar, and electricity. So with this clean cooking transition and energy transition, we must appreciate where countries are moving from. We are not at the same level. Others are higher than us. They are already in transit with their boarding passes and all that. For us, we are looking for visas. Some don't even have passports. So Uganda has done a great job in making sure that we sensitize our people to abandon firewood by introducing the energy savings cooking stoves first, and also enhance the LPG usage. Let me also inform you that we are going to cease from scattered distribution of these units, especially with LPG. Government signed an offtake agreement with Global Gases Limited, where we are going to be distributing 500,000 gas cylinders every year. And the gas cylinder manufacturing facility is going to be established in Luzira here in Uganda, and this will run for 10 to 12 years. So this is a commitment, and we expect good results in the coming years. Thank you. On integration of local content, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Uganda is very serious on local content. If I can mention something briefly, on oil and gas sector, for example, Uganda has reached a critical stage in the development of its petroleum resources. And you know what is happening in Tilenga and Kingfisher? These are the two development areas which are going to generate 230,000 barrels of crude oil every day. If you go there, you will see massively the number of workers that are there. In summary, these projects have generated 15,000 direct and indirect jobs, with more than 90% of these opportunities taken by Ugandans. And we call this positive discrimination. And we go down further to prioritize the Ugandans that come from the areas that host these projects. Bunyoro, for example, we call that positive discrimination. The local content development has been a key priority with Ugandan companies securing over $2 billion package in terms of contracts. I'm trying to summarize, but we also have big projects like the East African crude oil pipeline, which is going to transport the crude oil, which is not going to be refined in our refinery. It's only 60,000 barrels of crude oil that will be refined in the refinery. The rest, 170,000 barrels, will be exported through the crude oil pipeline. Work is going on very well. Both Ugandans and Tanzanians have gotten jobs there. There are other projects like the Second International Airport, Kabale Industrial Park, which have also attracted job opportunities. Lastly, on our contribution to GDP growth revenue, you know very well that the mining industry has contributed a great deal. I think it was #1 last year or this year ending. That contributed billions of dollars. Even on the industrialization and value addition, we need these critical minerals that were being talked about. by the previous presenters. Critical minerals for Uganda include minerals that give us fertilizers. I always tell people when I go out to represent you that in Uganda, food security is very critical, that the innovation and the machines and the computers will not create food. We must grow food. Science will have to enable us to grow food in a more scientific way that reduces wastage. So agriculture must be assisted by providing 2-3 basic things: the fertilizers for production and productivity increase, then post-harvest handling, and then value addition, and we are good to go. So we should not forget about discuss this as being critical. It saved us during COVID-19. Ugandans had food, and food acted as medicine. So the minerals that we have will help us. They will also help us in energy transition, the copper, the cobalt, the lithium, where we expect lithium batteries to help us in solar power generation. I want to also mention that in mining, for example, a company like Wagagai, which was commissioned last year, it came with a number of jobs created. Woodcross, which is smelting tin. For the first time, we have tin smelting plant in Uganda. It's creating jobs. And jobs from artisanal mining, whom we are organizing. We are registering them, we are taking biometrics, we are giving them small-scale mining licenses, and they are in business. And we have more than 45,000 jobs created through artisanal mining. This is from the cadastre that we have, 45,000. So that one is also helping us. On the pathways, to mention the shared transformation, my sector believes that sustainable mining practice that enforces environmental safeguards and rehabilitation programs will help us move a long way. And that local content policies, where we will focus on ensuring communities benefit through jobs, royalties, and infrastructure. And also using mining revenues to invest in agriculture, manufacturing, and other services. And lastly, on transparency initiative, we'll have to adopt frameworks like the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative to ensure accountability. I always have to sign a certificate whenever somebody is exporting gold, for example. You must have a certificate with my signature so that we can trace where that gold is coming from. So we are acting in a transparent manner required by the global standards, and we are moving on very well. I'd like to end here by thanking you, Right Honourable Prime Minister, and your team for having organized this important conference, where we are not only receiving accountability, but we are also taking strategic lessons, and I know that next time we will be better and in a better position. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nankabirwa. She was presenting on Pillar 2. As you are aware, Minister of Agriculture. Do we have anybody from the Minister of Agriculture? Minister of Agriculture? So under Pillar 2, we have shared prosperity and economic transformation. But I heard you talk about agriculture. We have talked about fertilizers and these other things. We are also looking at irrigation so that Uganda can produce throughout the year. Let me now go to Pillar 1. That is transformative and inclusive governance. Can I therefore now request Honorable Chris Bariomunsi, national guidance. guide us and we see.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Permit me to acknowledge the honorable ministers who are here, the development partners, the permanent secretaries, our RDCs, district chairpersons, and all the distinguished participants who are here in this conference. I am here to represent the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, but substantively I am the Minister in charge of ICT and national guidance. We are looking at the governance and security program, focusing on the UN support to enhance access to justice in Uganda. The UN partners have extended support to complement the government of Uganda efforts in enhancing access to justice, and the focus has been on both the supply and the demand sides of justice, contributing to the realization of SDG 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions. Strengthening the justice system, the justice ecosystem, has contributed to the gradual release of approximately 7 to 10 trillion Uganda shillings that is held up in court cases, both in cash and in kind. On the supply side, the government of Uganda has expanded the physical and functional presence of justice delivery institutions. And gratitude goes to His Excellency the President of Uganda for not only increasing the number of judicial officers, but also fundamentally enhancing the budget for the justice chain institutions. However, the reach across the country remains relatively limited. The United Nations has provided support in terms of teleconferencing systems that link courts with prisons and enable witnesses outside the country to participate in the judicial proceedings in Uganda. Currently, we have 20 video conferencing systems functional in the Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, all divisions, and 12 High Court circuits. The video conferencing facilities have also been installed in the 7 of the 12 Ministry of Justice regional offices, enhancing coordination and faster legal service delivery. As a result, this has yielded efficiency savings in terms of shorter turnaround time for case disposal. In some cases, eliminated costs involved in moving inmates from prison to court. Also, witnesses in foreign jurisdictions are able to testify in cases within Uganda. And those who live in Uganda remember that there were days whenever the court system would be bringing inmates from the prisons to courts, especially the high-profile politicians. Their supporters would gather and paralyze Kampala and our major towns. But because of this video conferencing facility where a prisoner can stay in prison and be able to digitally interact with those in court without physically going through town, that has helped a lot, and would want to appreciate the support of the UN in that endeavor. And give them a round of applause. You remember those days when especially opposition figures, if they are under arrest and coming to town, then the whole of Kampala would be paralyzed. But with this facility, witnesses can appear in court without physically coming. Additionally, the ADR policy, the Alternative Dispute Resolution Policy, was approved by Cabinet, whose implementation will greatly reduce the pressure on the court system in dispensing the form of justice. However, there are some pressure points that require further investment and effort. For instance, areas to look at include prison congestion that is currently over 300%, and linking remand homes to courts with teleconferencing systems. On the demand side, the government of Uganda recognizes that ordinarily legal services on the market are quite expensive, which disadvantages many Ugandans, including the poor and vulnerable populations. In response, the government of Uganda has extensively trained and empowered Ugandans on matters of human rights, processes for seeking judicial remedies, and also supported legal aid services. Legal aid service delivery is realized through institutions such as the Law Development Center Legal Aid Clinic, the Justice Centers, and the Justice for Children project of the Justice Law and Order sub-program. However, the reach remains limited, and the UN partners have extended complementary support, enabling more Ugandans access to judicial processes and also avert getting in conflict with the law. Legal aid has enabled more poor and indigent persons, including prison inmates, to demand and enforce their rights through judicial processes. Empowerment for self-representation is a key feature that is more sustainable and enables justice seekers remain in control of their claims. Finally, we do acknowledge the generous support of our partners that has complemented the government of Uganda's support. While gaps remain, the recent UBOS, Uganda Bureau of Statistics survey has reported that public satisfaction in justice services currently stands at 93%. I thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister and distinguished participants. Those were the comments from the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Thank you very much.
I can hear the RDCs now commanding in our style. Honorable members, allow me to invite the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development under Pillar 1. Thereafter, we shall invite the Minister of State, Honorable Mary Mugasa, to present on behalf of the Minister of Local Government.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, distinguished participants. Right Honorable, as you're aware, the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development is mandated to promote gender equality, empowerment of vulnerable communities, labor, decent work, livelihoods, community mobilization, and mindset change, covering women, youth, persons with disability, children, older persons, family, cultural institutions, creative industry, social security and labor productivity, and decent work. The ministry is partnering with the UN agencies and other development partners to work to deliver on that mandate. Therefore, Right Honorable, what I will present will be the programs that we partner with the UN agencies, because this morning the general program for the ministry was presented by Honorable Asamo, and tomorrow again we shall present on the pillar of community mobilization that will articulate our achievement and implementation by the other programs financed by government of Uganda and other development partners. On gender and women's empowerment, we work closely with the UN system. Our first program, which is UN and EU Spotlight Initiatives, has supported the ministry to implement the laws, policies, programs to strengthen institutions to deliver on our mandate under the ministry. We've worked with the UN system to implement female genital mutilations legal framework and reach the communities in Karamoja and Sebei and work with the community to change the cultural norms and values around female genital mutilation. We've improved services for the gender-based violence survivors by establishing what we call gender-based violence shelter in about 11 districts in Uganda. We've worked to change social norms. Social norms are things that we think is normal when actually it subjugates another gender. For instance, we've worked to ensure that we increase women's participation in leadership, in appointments. Some of those issues do not just come. We lobby, we have meetings. For instance, we had to take a paper in cabinet to ensure that PDM reserved 30% for women and 30% for youth, 10% for persons with disability, and 20% for the older persons. That was the work from the ministry. And I'm sure you have seen how now more women are getting PDM than the male. And by the way, very more active with most of the programs for PDM. The UN also support us for reporting. Right Honorable, you know that we are supposed to report on the UN system, especially what we have ratified. Every year we report on CEDAW, that is Convention on the Elimination of Domestic Violence Against Women, on the UN Security Council resolution on peace and security related to women, on Commission on the Status of Women, on the African Union Specialized Committee on Gender and Women's Empowerment. So all these reportings requires that the ministry have to travel to the African Union and answer and report on achievement of Uganda, to go to the UN in New York. So we work with the UN Women and other UN agencies that supports our engagement in reporting and the normative framework in respect to what Uganda has ratified. We have another UN joint program for juvenile justice and alternative care. You are aware that there are young people who commit crimes, and when they commit crimes, the law does not allow them to be mixed with adults. And so we have remand homes. So these remand homes are supported through the UN system to ensure that those who require us to appear in court, we have transport to deliver them to court. Those who cannot be delivered in court, they can also online be able to access the court. Some of the skillings that we have and psychosocial support for our juvenile in the remand homes are supported by the UN. Still under the juvenile and children, we have the early childhood development programs that we run with the UN system. We have the sexual and reproductive health that we run in schools. You might be seated here. Most of you fear to talk to your children about sexual issues. In their rooms, They are in schools, you don't know what they are doing, and there are very terrible things happening in schools, I can assure you. We who sit in that ministry, we know what happens. But what we do is to work with schools to ensure that there are clubs that can teach people, the matrons, the people who can talk to children on sexual and reproductive health, because there are stages where you're not going to avoid children being inquisitive. Most of the children now have phones. Most of them are on phonographies. You don't know, but they are your children. Through this program, we support sexual and reproductive health. We handle issue of teenage pregnancy, and the policy now, which we worked with Ministry of Education, presented to Cabinet, and it was adopted, is now the program of second chance for girls who get pregnant. We worked closely with the UN system to deliver that policy, and now even when girls get pregnant, they're allowed to sit their exams. I'm sure you've heard incredible stories where girls are sitting their exams when they're pregnant, and most of them, after delivering, they're allowed a second chance to school. So we have this program with the UN. We also have a program on UN joint adolescents and youth.
I wanted the minister to say, or to recognize the First Lady, because she's the one who initiated that. I want you to remember that during COVID-19, some of our girls fall victims. And after COVID-19, these girls, through UN, requested for a second chance, which chance was given, and many of our youth have gone back to school, and they are now a bit more educated. Isn't that so? So let us clap for Mama, the First Lady, for that initiative.
Thank you, Excellency. You know, in the morning I was with the Vice President, but Excellency, also you deserve that title. Right Honorable, like I stated, this program, which we worked with the Ministry of Education, aided by the First Lady, and the First Lady graciously started that program and brought the 3 top women in this country, and started a committee of the First Lady, Excellency the Vice President, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, to aid this. So you thank the Right Honorable Prime Minister also, who has been really supportive of this program. And also the First Lady took to Cabinet under this arrangement the policy, which really now is working very well. The second policy is, which the First Lady took, which also we worked with the UN, is the one of early childhood care. The early childhood care policy now will be introduced 2025, where in primary school there shall be a section for daycare from all the children 3 years before joining primary. There will be a section in all public school under that early childhood, and we worked together in this policy. So really we want to thank UN and the First Lady for this initiative. We are also working with them on skilling, because you are aware we have so many youth who are not skilled. So we have the skilling program with them to provide economic opportunities for those who are unemployed and unable to continue with their work.
You have 1 minute.
1 minute. Let me talk about the program with IOM. With IOM, we work very closely on bilateral labor agreements. As you are aware, so many Ugandans travel abroad, and when they get stuck abroad, there are circumstances where we work with IOM to bring them back to the country. They give us tickets to bring sometimes people who are stranded, but they also support the ministry to negotiate the bilateral labor agreement. Without bilateral labor agreement, we cannot externalize our Ugandans abroad, but also when we sign the bilateral labor agreement, we have to enforce to ensure we implement it. So we always have visits in those countries, and IOM supports us. And lastly, on ILO, International Labour Organization, we work closely with IOL in ensuring that we protect the rights of workers. All of you are workers. Decent work is important. Issues of child labor, issues of capacity building for the staff, but most importantly to ensure that all the workers and issues of social security are entrenched and the global architecture and framework that we have assigned as a country is implemented. Right, Honorable, I thank you and report and thank the UN system for the support they give to the ministry through government. Thank you.
It is on that note that I wanted members that we clap for this lady. Let me also add my voice to thank IOM and the UN family. There is when we had a number of Ugandans who were deceived that they were going to have very big jobs in Bangkok. You know when they tell you are going to Bangkok, that city, Ugandans just fly. They even don't wait for any visa. They go through Nairobi and they find themselves stuck with some rebel groups somewhere in Burma. You know, Burma, we have Cambodia, and many other places. So I want to thank IOM and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the support they gave our people when we repatriated them back to Uganda. Thank you so much. Can I now request Honorable Mary Mugasa, who will be supported by the Undersecretary in case there are questions. Undersecretary, Ministry of Local Government. She's presenting on behalf of the Ministry of Local Government.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister, the UN team, our dear distinguished development partners, our beloved distinguished participants. Allow me to write on the protocol already established. I'm going to represent Minister of Local Government, but substantively I'm the Minister of State for Public Service. But I was made in local government, and my heart lies in local government. Minister of Local Government,
Members, it is because of time that I have failed to introduce my people. That lady you see there was a mayor of Hoima City.
Yes.
Very hardworking.
Thank you.
And Hoima City is an oil city, as you are aware.
Thank you.
So all our oil, she knows. But now, she's the Minister of State Public Service.
Yeah, thank you. I thank His Excellency for allowing me to work with him. Thank you, Chair, Right Honorable Prime Minister. I wish to begin by appreciating the United Nations country team for the presentation and for the continued partnership with government in advancing Uganda's development priorities under the cooperation framework. The presentation usefully captures 2025 as a year of transition, marked by the shift from NDP 3 to NDP 4. The prospect of low development country graduation, global funding uncertainty, and increased pressure from refugee inflows, climate shocks, and public health risks. From the perspective of the Minister of Local Government, this context confirms one central point: delivery will increasingly depend on the strength of local government systems, because that is where national plans, services, and citizens' expectations meet. We therefore welcome presentation's emphasis on system strengthening, local ownership, and the need to consolidate rather than expand. This is consistent with the UN's own lesson that sustained government engagement is the primary pathway to systemic change, and that community roots and local ownership are the strongest determinants of sustainability. On governance, justice, and inclusion, the results are encouraging. The reports show that 7,586 people received legal representation and support. 33,732 inmates accessed legal aid, and this contributed to 9,902 bail releases. While justice performance improved through alternative justice approaches, video conferencing, and court open days. We also note that the strengthening of national and subnational institutions, including support program-based planning and budgeting, district statistics, and data systems for more inclusive planning. Our comment here is that the next phase should show even more clearly how these gains are being embedded in local government structures. The 2024 UN report showed that 59.7% of local governments improved in governance and service delivery, with the 23 district statistics committees reactivated and data equipment provided to 8 districts. This is useful progress, but it also suggests the need for wider coverage, more consistent district-level capacity support, and stronger use of local administrative data for planning, budgeting, and monitoring. On shared prosperity and climate resilience, we appreciate the results presented on youth employment, smallholder incomes, SMEs, finance, and climate adaptation. The UN reports that 53,000 youth transitioned into work in 2025. Smallholders generated US $5.9 million. 99 agribusiness SMEs accessed US $4.69 million in loans. And local climate financing reached 14 districts with US $2.4 million in grants. These are important achievements, but they must now be scaled through district systems. Local economic development structures and the parish development model, if they are to shift conditions and at population level. We are particularly encouraged by examples that connect directly to local government mandates, such as the construction of markets in Lamuo, Adjumani, and Obongi, support to district climate planning, and the pilot of the market vendor management system in Busia and Lira, which reportedly increased revenue up to 4-fold in Busia market. These are the kinds of practical interventions that strengthen decentralization, improve local revenue mobilization, and support service delivery at source. On human well-being and resilience, the scale of service delivery is commendable. The presentation reports that over 13 million people accessed improved health, education, nutrition, protection, and wash services in 2025. While diphtheria coverage was maintained at 95%, despite 8 concurrent outbreaks and more than 68,000 children were treated for severe acute malnutrition. Our view is that sustaining and protecting these gains requires continued investment in direct-based delivery systems, especially in health, education, probation, community development, and social protection structures. We also commend the strong emphasis on leaving no one behind, the integration of refugees and persons with disabilities into national surveys and administrative data, the expansion of disability inclusive programming to 27 districts, and the increase in district financing for gender-based violence from Uganda shillings 1.23 billion to 2.23 billion demonstrate that inclusion becomes more durable when it is institutionalized in local planning and financing systems. On refugees' response, Uganda's model remains globally respected, but the burden on refugee hosting local governments is real and growing. With more than 65,000 new arrivals from DRC in the first months of 2025 and persistent funding pressures on services. Our point is that support to refugee hosting districts like the district of Chikube, Chiriandongo, and others must be increasingly predictable, multi-layer and aligned to local government infrastructure and staffing realities. On financing, the message that UN support is catalytic and complementary is well taken. The presentation notes collective UN expenditure of about $310 million in 2025, equivalent to roughly 1.6% of the national budget. At the same time, the 2025 report shows that while the United Nations country team mobilized 88.5% of required resources, only 75.4% of available resources were expended, leaving over $59 million unspent at their end. This suggests that in the next cycle, attention should not focus only on mobilizing resources, but also on utilization, alignment, timely reporting, and execution through systems that can absorb and deliver effectively. In that regard, we welcome the shift towards a stronger financial agenda, the national dialogue on financing for development, and the stated ambition to move from a spending state to a financing state. We would encourage that this agenda deliberately brings in local governments because district and urban authorities are central to service delivery, local economic development, resilience building, and social cohesion. Going forward, we would propose 4 areas for stronger collaboration. The first one, deepen district-level system strengthening in planning, budgeting, data, monitoring, and service delivery. The second one, scale successful pilots through existing decentralized structures, especially in local revenue, mobilization, gender-based violence responses, climate adaptation, markets, and livelihoods. Third, ensure more predictable and multi-layer financing for refugee hosting and other high-burden districts. Fourth, align the new cooperation framework even more deliberately with NDP4 implementation at local government level, including support to the parish development model and other subnational delivery platforms. In conclusion, therefore, we appreciate the strong results achieved and the honesty of the lessons presented. The Ministry of Local Government remains committed to working with the UN system and partners to ensure that the next phase translates national priorities into stronger district systems, better local service delivery, and more inclusive development outcomes for all Ugandans. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister, for giving me this opportunity, and I want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening.
I know we have mayors here. Do we have mayors? She has represented you ably. Now let us go to pillar 3. the Ministry of Health. Do we have the commissioner? Is he still around? But at least they made a presentation in the afternoon. Can I now request the PS, Ministry of Water and Environment, our brother Okidi, to make a presentation on behalf of the Ministry of Water and Environment?
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. I stand on the existing protocol. The Minister of Water and Environment commends the United Nations, the country team, for the continued partnership under the cooperation framework, particularly with the Pillar 3, which is about human well-being and resilience. And this is well aligned with Uganda's national development priorities. We note the significant scale of impact, 13 million people in health, education, nutrition, protection, water, sanitation, and hygiene sectors. Coming to the Ministry of Water and Environment, with the UN agencies, I just want to highlight a few of the projects that we have successfully implemented or are implementing. With the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, we are implementing the Sustainable Food Value Chain Project, which is a 15 million euro project. And this, when implemented together with other government projects across the country, should bring about improvement in the wood value chain, the products that we make, but importantly, it should create wealth for our people and generate at least 1.5 million employment, especially for the youth. With FAO, we implemented what we call the Uganda Red Plus. Red Plus is reduction in emission from deforestation and forest degradation. It is a results-based payment, and this is funded by the Green Climate Fund. We managed to secure, because of our restoration efforts, $31 million that is going to be used for restoration activities and improvement in the environmental resources across the country over the next 5 years. This, together with other government projects, has resulted into us increasing our forest cover from 9% to 13.9%, although with the onset of charcoal burning and veneer trade, we went down to 12.7%. With the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, we're implementing combating deforestation through criminal justice system project. And here we are training the judiciary team and the law enforcement agencies so that forestry or environment-related crimes are investigated properly and given the appropriate criminal justice system they do deserve. With the UNHCR, we are implementing a number of water and environment activities in the refugee settlements and the host districts.
Now, after him,
the refugee hosting districts, if you look at them, the water coverage in those districts are now above the national average. I'd like to thank UNHCR and all other partners who have contributed tremendously for that to happen. Together with our other partners, over the last 5 years, we can boast of at least ensuring that 20,000 villages in Uganda got villages, and now 80% of the villages have at least one reliable water source. However, we still have challenges with environmental degradation because of the sheer number of the refugees in the refugee hosting districts. With UNICEF and UNDP, we are also implementing a number of interventions on water, sanitation, and hygiene across the country. And our focus is to ensure that the remaining 20% of the villages that do not have clean and reliable water source are covered, and we now move to actually supplying households, no longer village. In the next 5 years, that is going to be our focus. With UNDP, we are finalizing our nationally determined contribution, which is what we call NDC 3.0, and this is our Bible or Quran when it comes to the management of climate change in this country. We are also implementing the project which is building resilient communities, wetlands, and associated ecosystems. This project is demonstrating wide usage of wetlands, whereby we encourage communities to use the resources in the wetlands for aquaculture, for irrigation, while at the same time restoring the wetlands. We have also built and created communities together with the local governments, and we have wetland committees established together with cooperatives that are helping now to ensure that the wetlands regenerate and they provide the services or the ecosystem services that they do benefit from. Across the country, we have managed to push our wetland cover from 8.3% to 9.3%. Our target is to get to 14%. With IOM, we are focused on climate change-induced migration, mobility, and induced resettlement. Climate change is causing people to move, especially in the semi-arid areas, and this breeds conflicts over scarce water sources. And with IOM, we are addressing this, and this has found itself now on the AU agenda, and next it is going to be an agenda within the Conference of Party, or what we call as COP. But we are also working with IOM on flood mitigations. From the above, we can see that we have had quite a number of impactful engagements with the UN agencies, and I could go on and on. The investments are critical, and they ensure safe water access and also decent and affordable sanitation for our people, while promoting public health and resilience. But above all, these are services that are critical catalysts for the tenfold growth strategy of this country. By way of reflections and rejoinder, there is need to strengthen alignment between the UN programs and the government investment priorities, particularly in scaling up WASH and climate-resilient interventions. There is also need for continued increase in financing of the water and sanitation infrastructure, especially where we're facing pressures because of the refugee impacts. We encourage a stronger focus on community-level resilience, like the local project which we're implementing with UNCDF, and also integrating water, climate adaptation, and livelihood through the parish development model. And we also want to see the strengthening of the enforcement activities that have started with the UNOEDC, so that the environmental resources are adequately protected. My ministry affirms its commitment to strengthening collaboration with the UN system and development partners, and going forward, we should emphasize the issue of scale-up, efficiency, and sustainability, so that the gains made under Pillar 3 translate into lasting improvements for the well-being of Uganda. We need more hands on the job and more resources. Thank you.
Let me request my co-chair to wrap up. After that, we shall request you members to contribute, make some questions if you want, and then we go to the closer of our session.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. If the colleagues operating the PowerPoints could bring up slide 20 that shows the financing summary and systematic implications. I wanted to have that slide at the end of the presentations by the ministers to show how closely the United Nations system is working with the government system. And you will see that during 2025, the United Nations recorded a collective expenditure of at least 310 million United States dollars. And this represents 1.6 of national budget. Indeed, it shows that whereas we make a substantial contribution, it is catalytic. Government in Uganda is the main driver of development. We come in to close the gaps, to be catalytic, to help reaching those who are furthest behind, and to ensure that no one is left behind. So I think with that, Honorable Prime Minister, we can go to the plenary session and have the open discussion. It's very clear that we are working hand in hand under your leadership. And thank you very much for guiding us in our sustainable development work in this country. Thank you.
Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open for discussion now. There being nobody raising up his or her hand, we can now go to, where is it? Okay. 1, 2. That's 1. And 2. Where is the third one? 3. So let's start from here. Are they passing the microphone? Or maybe all of you stand up and come here. You speak from here, quickly. Come forward so that we can continue.
Check, check. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, do we maintain that they come in front or we can pass the mic?
Yes, you can speak from there.
Okay, no problem. Let me pass the microphone immediately for ease of time.
Since we have few people who want to discuss, in just 5
Right
minutes
here.
we shall be through.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Florence, Mayor Masaka City. My concern is about the rapid urbanization. I've not heard a strategy what government is doing on waste management and disposal, and it is a major factor on degradation of the environment as well as the Kavera. I want to hear something said about this emphatically.
Okay. Thank you so much. That's Masaka City Mayor, Honorable Namayanja.
Right,
Next.
Honorable Prime Minister.
I don't expect more members to come. The number is enough. It is representative enough.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister. My name is Karunji Joseph, the District Chairperson of Kamwenge. Just issue number 1 is that as we look at achieving sustainable development goals, we have to be able to earmark the districts that we are likely to achieve these goals. And I want to report that my water coverage in Kamwenge district is close to 80%. When you look at that percentage, it is a clear indicator that in the next 5 years, if we bring more resources, because I have 2 sub-counties in red, Bwizi and Busiriba, and then part of the settlement, Rwamwanja. If therefore we get resources, we can earmark Kamwenge as a district that is ready to celebrate Sustainable Development Goal number 6 and ensure that the whole country, as we think of celebrating achievements, Sustainable Development Goal number 6, Kamwenge can be able to achieve it and mark it for celebrations in 2030. And lastly, when we talk about environmental protection, I want to state that in Kamwenge, I have a sub-county of Siriba. People suffer from podoconiosis as a result of volcanic soils near the forests of Kibale. It's a challenge and a danger that the entire United Nations should be able to come to rescue that community, because people fall sick because they are tilling land that is putting them at risk.
You have made your point.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, let's be as brief.
Honorable members, let me amplify the point of the chairman. I was in Busiriba myself. I think in 2022, Busiriba sub-county, almost a quarter of the population has got elephantiasis. People are moving with rotten feet. They are normal up, but their feet is rotten. In fact, the legs are decomposing. And so they said it is because of the nature and type of soil in that area. I would request my brother, the UN family, to pick interest in this so that we can make a study and see how to help that community. I remember one time we even had to buy gumboots, but it's not sustainable. We need to have a permanent solution. Busiriba, I thought I should, maybe the Ministry of Health, if we still have somebody here, I wanted to know how far they have gone with the responses we agreed upon. Next, 1 minute.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, my name is Lokol Paul. I'm the district chairperson for Nabilatuk. Nabilatuk, yes. I want to acknowledge the collaboration and the coordination that we are having, proper coordination with the local governments. And I also want to say, in areas where we have decentralized financing, you realize that we are getting high impacts. I want to give the example of the Ministry of Water and Environment. The monies that you have decentralized to us for water, I think is the money that, first of all, you realize that the cost of us putting those bowls is lower. And we want to thank you because that money is working. That's the reason we are having enough water coverage now in the country. The same for Ministry of Local Government. I think Ministry of Local Government, Ministry of Finance managed to raise for us some financing. That is local. The local funds are having a great impact on our communities. We want to emphasize, Right Honorable Prime Minister, that we try to localize funds more because the cost of us delivering becomes cheaper and even more efficient, and we're able to really, the community feels those funding.
Your point is very clear.
Last, Right Honorable Prime Minister, I want to concur with the precurrent speaker on the issue of concentrating our efforts to areas that are giving us burden. For example, now we have high poverty in Karamoja. If we touch and face, we try to improve livelihoods of the communities in Karamoja, I think we should have reduced the gap and improved our indicators. Thank you.
Thank you.
For Karamoja, I was talking to my brother here. I think he will talk about it in his closing remarks. The UN family has got us some funding. We shall have a meeting tomorrow, a side meeting in this matter, so that we can look for ways of having the best use out of that resource. Next.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Badda Fred is my name. Being a person that comes from the islands in Lake Victoria, I'm very passionate about the water lake resource and the swamps. I have heard the presenter presenting about those challenges facing the swamps and the buffer zones. I got concerned that nationwide, these resources are being depleted with impunity, and there has been inconsistent enforcement. The solutions the presenter has made are not specific enough to the level of the adversity that is being caused.
What is your question?
I would like him to make specific approaches that government is going to put in place to address this big problem, because it's mentioned one way of addressing it is forming wetland committees. I think it's not strong enough, Madam Right Honorable Speaker.
I want you to appreciate when the president brought the other team, you started complaining. Are you aware, members?
Yes.
These people started complaining. You know what I'm talking about. Now you want him to do what? To bring the same team. I mean the Fisheries Protection Unit.
Yeah.
They started complaining world, countrywide. I think we shall bring them again.
Okay.
Next.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. My name is Robert Turiachira. I head an environmental organization. I'm a member of civil society. And on that point, Honorable Prime Minister, allow me to appreciate the improved relationship between government and civil society. Because there are many civil society organizations in the room. Someone may say that now civil society organizations no longer stop in the sitting room, but they go in the bedroom of government. So I'd like to commend the support that we get from the UN, but also continuing to work closely with government, because we are focusing on serving our people. My question is to the Prime Minister, my friend Ndugu Okidi. Thank you so much for the presentation, but allow me to ask you a point on the issue of carbon trade. I'm sure that members here, they have been hearing about these issues of carbon trade and carbon markets. I know that the Minister of Water and Environment recently gazetted guidelines on carbon trade, and many people might be asking questions in the communities, how they can participate in this emerging industry. If you could expound more for people to be able to understand how Uganda can leverage that opportunity.
Your point is very clear.
And then finally, Right Honorable Prime Minister, recently the President guided the country that we should revert back to the cookeries from the Musizi and the Mugavu. You could have seen the directive recently, just given about 2 days ago. I'd like to ask the Permanent Secretary what we are going to do to ensure that we protect indigenous species. Today is the International Day for Indigenous Tree Species. We see that we are losing these indigenous tree species like the Muvure, the Mugavu, the Musizi, which are being lost in our natural forests. What are we going to do going forward to say that we conserve them other than promoting pine trees and eucalyptus, which are endangering our environment? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next
Members,
person.
I'm sorry I'm disturbing you, but if you can check on your time.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. I'm the District Chairperson, Kazo District.
Kazo.
Yes. Right Honorable Prime Minister, my concern is about electricity. We have a low coverage of electricity in our district. And without electricity, we cannot talk about improving services in our district. Secondly, Right Prime Minister, the Minister of Health promised to upgrade our district hospital to a community hospital first. We have been waiting for it. Our health center cannot sustain the overwhelming numbers of patients that we get at our health center. Also, we have 2 sub-counties without health center 3s. They depend on health center 2s. Lastly, Right Honorable, the elderly grant for 60 years and above, that is 60 years up to 79, this grant has been only for a few elderly groups in the district. The government had said that the coming financial year, this grant will be rolled to all persons of years above 60. Is it still on? Thank you,
Thank you.
Prime Minister.
Next person, please draw closer.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. My name is Donald Warhanga, President of the Youth Coalition for SDGs. We are a collective of youth-led organizations that are implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. My first question goes to the Honorable Minister of Energy. She mentioned about oil, and we've been hearing about oil for a very long time. I would appreciate if she could tell us in terms of percentage how close we are to having that oil project realized. My second question, Right Honorable Prime Minister, is towards the Ministry of Gender. She mentioned, and I appreciate the efforts of government and the Ministry of Gender for focusing on vulnerable youth. However, I have a strong belief that also the youth that are doing something need to be amplified, because these are job creators, these have ripple effects. So what is the plan that the Ministry of Gender has in terms of amplifying existing potential youth-led interventions? Thank you so much.
Next person.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. My name is Asiko Abdul Muttalib. I am the district chairperson of Yumbe. I also represent the district chairpersons in the District Engagement Forum and also the steering group of the Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework. There has been a talk about support to refugee hosting districts, and as I talk now, because of the declining resources from UNHCR, we have challenge in managing refugees, especially when it comes to staffing. Recently, we had a meeting of the District Engagement Forum, and we recommended that there's a need to have special allocation of resources to the districts that are hosting refugees. I still want to recommend that this be taken seriously. And there was a mention about the districts that are hosting refugees, that the safe water coverage is above 80%, but I want to report that Yumbe district has safe water coverage of 47% because of having a population of 1.2 million people, including refugees. So kindly, Minister of Water and Environment, there's a need for special allocation of resources to support safe water for the people of Yumbe district and the refugees. And lastly is the GROW project. There's been it's a very good project to us, but the challenge is the conditionalities are too much for the rural women. And I see that these conditions just favor the urban women, and therefore we recommend that there's a need to adjust the conditions to support the rural women, especially the issue of collateral on the land, and also having about 4 million as minimum for women to access this GROW project. Okay. I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we shall start from the Ministry of Water. You answer your questions. Then the Ministry of Gender. For you, you will give a wrap-up. Then Ministry of Energy. I will also request the UN if there is anything that you want to add. Do I have the Permanent Secretary, Office of the Prime Minister? Is the PS around?
No. Not around.
Do I have the Minister of Disaster Preparedness and Refugees? Okay. I will answer the question for refugees.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. The Mayor of Masaka, we actually have a project right now which we are implementing with UNDP, and is going to address the waste management for Masaka City. And we have been with your team, and they should have updated you appropriately. But I also want to emphasize that waste management is a decentralized function, and it is the responsibility of the urban councils to do that. As central government, we come to support you because we know you have limitations in terms of capacity and also resource mobilization. But when we get the resources, we are going to work, and we are working on this together. Kavera is a menace, and this is a matter that is coming, and it is going to be addressed, especially the single-use plastics. It is a problem, and we want to address it holistically because it is causing soil degradation, floods, but worst of all, it is poisoning ourselves. So we don't need to live with such a menace. The chairperson of Kamwenge, Ramanja, we have a project that is ongoing, and if you looked at the paper, we have advertised actually a number of schemes that we are going to do in Kamwenge, Chenjojo area, and we are in the process of receiving the bids and doing the evaluation. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the other questions on swamps, carbon trade, deforestation are in tomorrow's agenda. So I request that allow me to respond to them tomorrow in detail because they're in tomorrow's program. For Yumbe, Chair, Yumbe Town water system is underway, and we have a number of schemes we are developing in Yumbe. And Yumbe district is certainly getting to the 80%. In the current phase of the investment, we are doing more in Yumbe than the other districts. The average I was giving was for the entire West Nile region and Acholi region hosting refugees. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable. My questions are two. On the vulnerable youth, what are we doing for youth that already probably have enterprises? Yes, we have quite a number of programs to support youth. We have the Youth Livelihood Program, and it's being implemented at district levels. We send money to the districts. You are the ones who identify the youth groups. You give them the financing, which is being given at 6%. Unfortunately, many youth are not refunding the money. So I will be requiring many of your support as district chairpersons for the recoveries. Because while we are working to increase money for women because they are paying, money for youth is not being refunded. So many people are arguing that probably we don't need to increase the one for youth. We also have Youth Venture Capital Fund. It's being given through banks, Centenary Banks, Power Bank, and others. This again also is to support youth who are already in business. We have a program called Apprenticeship for the Youth. This is supporting youth with the capital in form of equipment. It's not a loan. The youth goes to the CDO of the district. You fill the form. When you have a business, you ask for the equipment that you want to expand your business. And based on that, we procure the equipment and give to that youth. We have another program called Graduate Volunteer Scheme. These are majorly for youth who are unemployed and work placements for graduates who don't have jobs. We match you with companies if you have a qualification. We have over 100 companies in our database who want to employ youth, but the Ministry of Gender will give that particular youth some stipend allowance for lunch, transport. That's to enhance you to gain experience, because we know most youth, the application always is you must have experience. So if we give you 2 years experience through this program, we don't pay you salary, but we pay you a stipend that can facilitate you to have meals, transport, and some little accommodation. And we place you to an organization matching your skills. In most circumstances, companies retain such youth. We are going to, again, decentralize this to maybe districts, but there's also the one of placement to jobs which are technical, like catering and others. We also support youth to gain experience and support them to open their businesses. So probably, Right Honorable Prime Minister, is most of these programs, people are not so much aware, but we are going to do our best to make the community development officers to maybe give much more information during your meetings as DEC, District Executive Committees. Under GROW project, yes, there have been complaints about banks requesting for collaterals. So what we've done now, we have brought on board SACCOs for areas that are unable to have people financed through the banks. We have now SACCOs. We are going to release the list of the SACCOs, and it's in all the 19 sub-regions of Uganda. In that, we have also reduced from the 4 million. Now women can borrow from 2 million, not 4 million. And also GROW is really to support existing businesses. So if again you give very little money, you're not supporting a woman. That's why we had initially said 4 million probably is a little bit okay for someone to expand their businesses. And our assumption was those who want little money can go to PDM, can go to Emyoga, can go to VSLA. Then if you have already a business, you want to grow more, you can come to GROW and get between 4 million to 200 million. But because of your concerns, we have reduced it now to 2 million. And the SACCOs are not giving with collateral. So again, we are going to have a circular to all the districts with the new SACCOs that are lending from 2 million and above. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Nakabira.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. The chairperson of Kazo District raised a concern about power in the district. Right Honorable Prime Minister, let me use this opportunity to explain the electricity supply policy that we are following. You are aware that we decided that all the district headquarters must be powered. And this is what we have been following by establishing new substations to make sure that we expand the national grid. And as I speak now, I think we are remaining with only 2 districts in the entire country, Obongi and Buvuma. I don't think there is any other district where power has not reached the district headquarters.
Obongi.
Yes.
Obongi.
Obongi and Buvuma. But we are also planning to extend power. This coming financial year, and to write down the name, who is itching, knowing where we are as far as fast oil is concerned. I'll be talking about it more tomorrow because I'll be presenting on the extractive industry where oil and gas falls. But to help you go back home this evening with an answer is that we are on track. We have established the critical infrastructure upstream and midstream, where the two developers have really worked beyond 79%. Actually, CNOC at Kingfisher is almost 90% with their central processing facility. They are continuing with the drilling without extracting the crude oil because we don't have storage for the crude oil. It will be extracted, primarily processed through the central processing facilities, and then pumped in the crude oil pipeline. And we expect the technical commissioning to take place by 31st July or beginning of August. So right now, the two companies have drilled more than enough wells that we need to make us see the fast oil. This fast oil is crude. Don't expect it to be at the pump stations, because we need the refinery, which will come on board in 2 to 3 years. But the first oil we talk about will be crude oil, where Uganda will be benefiting. We will be selling it through the East African crude oil pipeline. So we are moving on very well with our development, and whatever money that we shall get will be put in the petroleum fund, ring-fenced for infrastructure development. So Ugandans must be at peace. Tomorrow I'll throw more light as I'll be presenting on the extractive industry. I think that is all I had.
Okay, thank you so much. You have something?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. I would like to give hope to my sister, the mayor of Masaka, about rapid urbanization vis-a-vis waste management. Under USMIT, we planned for waste management strategic plan, and a proposal was forwarded for funding under USMIT, including physical planning for urban areas. Therefore, in this phase, we expect to have all those strategies funded. Thank you.
In addition to her, we are encouraging urban authorities to come up with ordinances that will help us to manage waste. Government is also coming up with guidelines which will help us to manage waste. In brief, we want to use the households to be in charge of sorting waste. Then transportation will be by the private sector. Yes, we shall also have, in the long run, to add value to our waste. In other countries or developed countries where we have benchmarked, waste is a resource where they are getting energy, fertilizers, and many other things. We are focused and we shall be there because we have attracted a number of investors. Let me talk about refugees before I invite my brother, the co-chair, to say something about refugees. Colleagues, it is true that there is declining financial support. However, we have been able to come up with a number of responses or approaches. One is mobilizing support from our partners. And I want to thank the UN family for the support they helped us to mobilize from the US government. totaling to 80 million US dollars. He will talk about it later. We have also another approach of self-reliance. In addition to the money we have got under Dr. Deep 2, totaling to 140 million US dollars. And this will help us to see that our people survive locally by doing some small businesses to sustain themselves. The other approach is that we give them land where they produce their own food to survive. We also got some support amounting to 7 million US dollars from European Union to help us in paying teachers. Remember, we had that challenge of paying teachers in the refugee hosting districts. Let me ask my brother to say something, then we shall request Honorable Chris Variomunsi to present the outcome document, and then we come up with a way forward.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. The investment in the refugee response, of course, suffered from the cuts last year, which continue also this year. In particular, providing life-saving humanitarian support when they arrive, immediately upon arrival, when they are transported to a transit center, and also in the settlements. So, but we were fortunate that our partners have helped us with the reception of refugees, to provide life-saving humanitarian assistance to them, that is food, protection, water, sanitation and hygiene, health, facilities, and so on. In total, we've received more in excess of 90 million this year from various donors. The largest one, of course, was from the US government and the people of the United States, about 75 million US dollars. But we also received other resources totaling about 10 million to provide emergency support to protection, WASH, which is water, sanitation and hygiene, and health facilities. And also in the urban areas, we've also received close to 9 million US dollars to provide support to strengthening the asylum system, to process individual refugee applications and also receive them. So we don't have enough resources, but again, our partners are supporting us to respond. On the issue of waste management, I would like to also commend our partners, including the government of Japan, that last year gave us 1 million to help with rehabilitating the Kitezi dump site through the implementation of the Fukuoka method, which can also be used to manage landfills in small districts that have the responsibility of managing waste. And this is a good technology from Japan that is not very expensive and is affordable. Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Chris.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Before I present the outcome document, let me also just comment on the issues which have been raised. I have formerly worked in the Ministry of Lands as well as Health, so I will comment on issues which touch those ministries. First, to supplement the answers raised on the question raised by the Mayor Masaka, is that the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development has presented the Physical Planning Act, Physical Planning Bill, new one, which is before Cabinet now. And this bill, quite comprehensive, answers the national urbanization policy and captures all these issues, waste management and other aspects. And like my sister, the Minister for Public Service said, we have approved a new phase of UCMID. UCMID initially, the nomenclature was municipality, but we're also capturing cities, and some of those services are captured in that new project. So feel assured that the government has a robust plan to address the issue of urbanization, including the need to provide the required services. Number two, there was a question by the chairperson, Kamwenge district, about podoconiosis, and my brother here was asking what causes it. This is a rare condition. It's a neglected tropical illness where in some, particularly in Kamwenge, that community, there are red clay soils which have mineral particles, particularly I think silicon. So when you get in physical contact with the soils, then these mineral particles get absorbed and they cause inflammation in the lymphatic system. The lymphatic system is what drains fluids from your body, taking them back into the heart. And therefore, when there is inflammation of the lymphatic system, fluids accumulate. This is what causes the elephantiasis. It is a non-filarial, because the other elephantiasis is caused by filarial worms. So it's a challenge in Kamwenge, and I think it infringes on the health rights of the people there, because you can imagine who will marry a young girl who has elephantiasis and many other challenges. And yes, the elephantiasis can be conservatively managed, but the mainstay of handling that condition is to ensure that the residents have footwear so that you minimize contact with the soils, and also addressing issues of food hygiene. So I will take this message to the Ministry of Health. Maybe we can engage the partners to see how that community can be supported, because it's really a crisis. For us who are not affected, you may not appreciate it, but when you go in that community, you really see that it's a huge challenge. So I appeal to all of us, particularly the partners, to work with the government and see how we can respond to those people of Silva in Kamwenge district. But I will relay this to the Minister of Health for subsequent action. Finally, I think the chairman, Kazo district, my friend Reverend Katugunda, was raising issues of district hospital, upgrading some of the health centers. I may not have specific answers for Kazo, but just to give you assurance that the plans of government is to ensure that the districts which don't have district hospitals get the hospitals, and also ensure that every county or constituency gets a health center for. And there are also plans to recruit doctors who will be posted at the health center 3, at least 2 medical officers. And I think some money has been provided for in the budget for the Ministry of Health to effect these provisions. So I just want to give you words of comfort that these are in the plans of government, and definitely the Kazo district will benefit together with the other districts which still need the infrastructure and other services. I thank you very much. Now, Prime Minister, let me shift my location and go to the outcome. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister and distinguished participants. We are coming toward the conclusion of the day, and I have been asked to take you through the draft outcome document. I have requested my team to project the draft statement so that together we go through it, and I would want to mobilize your collective consensus on what has been captured. This is a joint steering committee meeting on the government of Uganda and United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework 2021-2025, the date April 15th, 2026, at Speak Resort Munyonyo. Preamble. The Joint Steering Committee, JSC, meeting was convened at the Apex Governance, Coordination, and Accountability Platform for the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, in brackets, Cooperation Framework 2021-2025. Does anybody have issue with this paragraph? No.
Presenter, up on the...
Yes, Honourable Minister.
You said the Joint Steering Committee is for Government of Uganda and the UN. So the first one should reflect that it has mentioned only the UN. That number one, if it is joint, it should was convened as Apex Governance, Coordination and Accountability Platform for the United Nations
Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. I think cooperation...
Maybe with Government of Uganda. Because we were here jointly, we also presented with them. If they can put with Government of Uganda, so that the joint is reflected, that it's joint between UN and the government.
Well, my understanding was that the cooperation framework itself prefers cooperation between the government and the UN. Maybe just for emphasis and clarity, but the cooperation framework, cooperation is between the two entities. But we could add it maybe for clarity. Yes, the chair, co-chair, what?
Let me ask our team to reframe that sentence so that it is more clearer for members. Next.
So, rapporteuring team, you capture that. Paragraph number 2, the meeting was co-chaired by the Right Honourable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Robin Anabanja, and the United Nations Resident Coordinator, Leonard Zulu. The meeting reviewed the final year results of the cooperation framework, reflected on lessons from implementation during a period of profound transition and shocks in the context of evolving aid landscape globally, and provided strategic guidance for the transition to the next cooperation framework 2026-2030. The new cooperation framework is fully aligned with the Fourth National Development Plan, NDP4, and Uganda's Sustainable Development Goals commitments. Any comment on that paragraph? Yes, Right Honourable Minister Kasule Lumumba.
Honourable Kasule Lumumba. Today, that line, the microphone.
Thank you so much. We agreed as government, whenever we talk of sustainable development goals, the agenda, we must put it together with the Agenda 2063, the one for the African Union. So wherever the SDGs appear, we must have to bring our African agreement. That is Agenda 2063.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's a very good point.
Secretariat, please capture that. Next.
Okay, let's go to strategic reflections on results and lessons. Paragraph 3. Drawing on the results presented and reflections from the meeting, the Joint Steering Committee identified the following key lessons from the final year of cooperation framework implementation. Bullet 1, sustained government engagement is the primary pathway to systemic change Progress was strongest where national leadership, policy commitment, and domestic financing were aligned with UN technical support. Local ownership and community level engagement are critical drivers of resilience and sustainability. I think this bullet should not be. District systems, community institutions, and initiatives such as the parish development model emerged as central platforms for lasting impact. Adaptive programming is essential in a volatile context and in a tightened aid landscape. The ability to recalibrate.
Right, Honorable, let's go back to that one just before, where we are talking about the parish development model. Resilience and sustainability, district systems and community institutions, and initiatives such as the parish development model emerge as central platforms for lasting impact. I want to ask, when we talk about the only model of the parish development, that is that one to do with the sustainable economic transformation of the ordinary lower person. Where does it leave the other sustainable models that you have been explaining here, that you are working on and you are still working on, which are outside the economic transformation?
So you are saying more examples?
Yeah, because now the one of parish development model, good enough, the platform is good, but it is addressing basically the issue of the removing poverty and subsistence. But all of you who are seated there are talking about platforms with sustainability. If I may look at your neighbor immediately, that one is for environment and climate resilience. If I look at the next one, is for the human resource capital in human beings. If I look at the next one, there is the sustainability of the natural resources. Those are the minerals. So where are we going to place all that? Because the cooperation is not only about economic transformation, the cooperation is looking at the whole of a human being and the whole of Uganda. So where are we placing the other sustainable initiatives in the other areas?
Okay, so I think a comment that we could add some few more examples, otherwise it had been captured in initiatives such as, and the rapporteur has provided only one example, the parish development model. So what the Honourable Minister is suggesting, we add some more 2 or 3 examples so that we know we are wider than just PDF.
These examples are clear and known. We have SEG, we have Emyoga, we have WEP. She talked about YLP. We have GROW. If she wants it to reflect all the programs.
Right, Honourable Prime Minister, what you are talking about is a model that is to do with economic transformation of the individual. But this, what he has only brought out, the parish development model, but what you have explained, you are not only in partnership with them on only the issue of economic transformation. When you look at water and environment, it is to do with the environment and climate resilience, sustainability. When you look at minerals, it is to do with the sector of minerals. So now, when we talk about only one, it is like, yes, you are saying such as, fine, but if we could mention like 3, at least let's get the catchword as of the current issues to do with the
sustainable climate resilience, because that's an international catchword.
Okay.
That also attracts funders.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's okay.
It's
Even
more clear now.
Yes.
Next.
To capture like 2 or 3, even health, community health workers, that kind of examples. Okay, let's go to the next bullet.
I wanted to suggest that he presents in the interest of time so we can move, isn't it? Okay.
Okay, adaptive programming is essential in a volatile context and in a tightened age landscape. The ability to recalibrate, prioritize, and pivot rapidly in response to climate shocks, displacement, and health emergencies, the declining of development and humanitarian funding was a defining factor in protecting development gains. Next bullet, integrated policy advice, joint programming.
I think now we drop her point the other side because it's covered in this one.
Some of the issues are captured in the subsequent.
Okay. Please present so that we can move, we can get questions thereafter.
Integrated policy advice, joint programming, and alignment across humanitarian, development, and peace interventions proved critical in addressing Uganda's most persistent development challenges. Paragraph 4, the Joint Steering Committee acknowledged various outstanding results achieved with the contributions of UN country team in Uganda under the strategic cooperation pillars of the cooperation framework, transformative and inclusive governance, shared prosperity in a health environment, human well-being and resilience, and cross-cutting gender equality and human rights in support of the National Development Plan priorities and the joint efforts towards refugee response. Way forward, paragraph 5, the Joint Steering Committee reaffirmed the cooperation framework as the central platform for government-UN partnership in support of NDP4, SDG acceleration, and Uganda's graduation aspirations. I think like Right Honorable Kasfurumba said, Agenda 2063 could capture it there. Paragraph 6, recognizing the complementary and catalytic role of the UN, the Joint Steering Committee acknowledged that the UN brings collective expertise, convening power, and system-level solutions to address gaps and accelerate implementation of national priorities, even as it is not able to match the government expenditure. That's brackets. Number 7, fostering new and innovative partnerships, including strengthening South-South and triangular cooperation to accelerate peer learning, exchange practical solutions, and drive shared progress, was recognized as a priority next step. Number 8, prioritizing consolidation over expansion, focusing on quality, efficiency, and system-level transformation rather than proliferation of activities were emphasized. Strengthening national systems further by operationalizing approved policies, sustaining norm change initiatives, and reinforcing UN coherence in line with UN at 80 reforms were identified as joint priorities. Paragraph 9, sustaining programming priorities in support of NDP4 through coordinated implementation mechanisms, leveraging results-oriented partnerships across government, development partners, international financial institutions, civil society, and the private sector was highlighted as a shared strategic approach. Maintaining a strong focus on inclusion, ensuring that women, youth, refugees, host communities, persons with disabilities, and other marginalized groups throughout planning, implementing, and monitoring was underlined. Paragraph 10, on sustained financing for Uganda's development priorities, the Joint Steering Committee underscored the importance of shifting from fragmented, short-term funding towards more dependable, more predictable, programmatic, and blended financing aligned to NDP4 priorities. 11, closing implementation gaps through financing for development approaches, domestic resource mobilization, and coordinated partnerships with international financial institutions and the private sector was underlined, and advancing a coordinated financing strategy, including for enhancing South-South cooperation that supports Uganda's transition from a spending state to a financing state, was noted as a joint priority. The issues raised in the plenary included, the document will be cleaned later on. Number 12, district level SDG targeting is critical. Local leaders emphasized the need to map district-specific progress and prioritize targeted investments in areas close to achieving SDG targets, such as water coverage in districts like Kamwenge, to accelerate measurable local results. Paragraph 13, environmental health risks need urgent attention. Concerns were raised about serious health impacts linked to environmental degradation and unsafe land use near forest and volcanic areas, underscoring the need for scientific studies, environmental health surveillance, and coordinated government UN response. Carbon markets and strategic tree species matter. Participants highlighted carbon markets as an important opportunity for climate financing and local revenue generation, while stressing that tree planting should focus on appropriate species that support carbon sequestration, watershed protection, biodiversity, and livelihoods. Paragraph 15, decentralized financing is improving service delivery. Local governments reported that direct financing, especially in the water sector, has lowered delivery costs and improved efficiency, with a call to expand localized funding mechanisms across more sectors. 16, vulnerable regions such as Karamoja require targeted support. The plenary stressed that improving national performance indicators will depend on prioritizing lagging regions through better coordination, smarter use of partner resources, and more focused poverty reduction interventions. Paragraph 17 is meant to capture any other issues which could have come after the draft was prepared, or time allowing, which could come from the audience. Right, Honorable Chair. So, Madam Chair, there is a hand next to you. This is a draft of the outcome document, and I hope we agree that it captures the spirit of the discussion that we have had since morning.
I wanted us to move systematically, page by page, in the interest of time. So I would request just focus on page 1. Focus on page 1. If there are any issues, then we go to page 2, if there are no any issues. Page 1, that is item, all strategic reflection on results.
So, page 1, we had already captured the
yes.
by the Minister of Gender.
Then page 2.
First paragraph.
Item number 3.
Page.
Then item number 4.
So number 3, we captured the suggestions by Right Honorable
by Right Honorable Kasule Lumumba. Then item number 4. Item number 5, we are now on way forward. Item number 6.
Item number 7, 8, 9, item number 10, 11, item number 12.
12.
Yes.
I propose that since Karamoja raised a very important issue, let's also give as a reference Kamwenge and Karamoja. Because that's
Kamwenge
and Karamoja.
Kamwenge on the other issue
of the SDG that are progressing, and Karamoja had
No, Kamwenge, they have Busiriba sub-county, which has volcanic soils that are affecting people. Should we leave it hanging when that whole sub-county is affected?
I think in that they wanted to address the issue of SDG where it is progressing well, which has been captured. But the point Karamoja made was also where there are difficulties, we also need to refocus. Where, for example, Karamoja has a high level of poverty or something. So while Kamwenge presented success towards achieving, I think they said almost 80%, for Karamoja it was a focus on also bringing them as an affirmative action to also achieve SDG.
Okay.
Yes.
It is captured in the last paragraph 16, or vulnerable regions such as Karamoja. We could sharpen it.
Okay, item number 13.
Somebody
12.
said 12, yes.
Yes. Please pass over the mic.
Yes, on number 12, I am Stephen Wasike, Chairperson Busia. On number 12, I wanted to add on district level SDG targeting. I wanted to add on and role allocation, because there is where we mentioned and said local governments enact the ordinances to protect the wetlands, the rivers. So as we target, we also allocate the roles to the district leaders.
Yes, I think he has a point which the rapporteurs should capture. Yes, there's another hand there.
Right Honorable Prime Minister was also raising the concern of podoconiosis. Maybe that one can be another bulletin, either bulletin number, you had stopped at 17, it could be 18.
Okay. So you are saying we should put a paragraph that addresses peculiar concerns of some communities, such as that peculiar disease in Kamwenge. Yeah, I think that's okay. We can capture it. The rapporteuring team. Yes, we are now.
Thank you very much.
Item number 13.
I was introducing a new item that will come after. Maybe
Okay.
Let me wait.
Okay, item number 14.
Yes, 14, if I recollect properly, the person was saying the carbon markets, there is need for the ministry to educate people on how to access. But the way it's framed, it is not, it doesn't bring how it was. I don't know who raised the matter, but if I recall, it was about how to access, education on how to access. But here you are putting it an important opportunity for climate financing and local revenue while stressing. So let's have that issue of a ministry educating too. Maybe the PS can tell us how it can be captured within the spirit of the person who raised it.
PS? She's saying exactly what you... So let the Secretariat capture that.
And
let's go to number 15.
Right, I think the problem with these carbon markets that the government needs to sign and ensure that all the instruments are signed. Because what happens now, individuals just come and sign with the farmers in the village and cheat them. So the ministry should lead us in ensuring that all those international instruments are clearly signed so that Ugandans can benefit from that.
Okay. Number 15. Number 16. We have, I don't know whether the chairman from Karamoja are here. We developed the Karamoja Development Plan. I don't know whether members are here. And under this plan, we put in place a number of ways on how to develop that region. And so we want UN family to help us fit into the development plan. Because what is happening now, whoever has support, they go. And they go and do whatever they think they are doing. So we want to get coordinated, and that's why I feel tomorrow you help me to invite our brothers and sisters under you, and maybe UNDP, so that we can get coordinated. If we are saying we are working on water, let us know what you are doing, so that government can channel that money elsewhere to avoid duplication and wastage. Now, number 17.
The Minister of State for Karamoja is here.
Number 17?
She's capturing that. I'm saying the
Honorable Prime Minister, we are ready to meet with representatives from Karamoja, the country team tomorrow that will be present, to listen to them, to help us co-create projects that really speak to their own plans that they have developed in places such as Karamoja. And finally, we would like to assure you that we are ready to accelerate the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. In the last push, 5 years to 2030, the SDG achievement must be accelerated through the 6 transitions and must ensure that even those who are still outside the money economy are brought into the money economy. And for this, Uganda has already got a plan, and that is the Paris Development Model, and we will really line up behind you and make sure that you achieve this noble objective. I thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister, ministers present here, down there, and also up here on the podium. And we will continue with the deliberations and participating right throughout this conference to hear more about your aspirations. And I see that tomorrow's agenda is very rich because we are drilling down in the ATMs so we can hear and we can actually target where we will join you for support. Thank you very much. I thank you.
Members, before he leaves, I want us to talk about Mount Elgon. You have telling you, you can use that mic so that we can move together, members. Government has a problem of landslides and mudslides in Mount Elgon and Mount Rwenzori. As you are aware, we have started relocating our people, but we still face a challenge in terms of financing. You may not have the answer today. You can consult colleagues, and then we do it tomorrow, if you are not ready with the answer.
Yeah. Yes, Honorable, Right Honorable Prime Minister, indeed, you mentioned that. And my response, and this is important for everyone to hear, is that that issue of landslides and displacement affecting household assets. We have been discussing it in our country team, and we are advocating for resources for that. And our lead agency, IOM, has been strongly advocating for that in the United Nations country team. And all my colleagues here present are very much aware and would like to support that. So as soon as we are able to do that, if we have resources which we should jointly mobilize, we'll be able to support.
Thank you so much.
So we shall work together with you.
Doesn't that require... Let me request that you allow me to go to the podium, and then we conclude. Distinguished co-chair, Your Excellency Renard Zuru, the honorable ministers and members of the United Nations country team, and the permanent secretaries, our deputy heads of public service, the permanent secretaries, heads of agencies, development partners, our brothers and sisters in the civil society movement, and all our distinguished participants. As we bring this joint steering committee meeting to a close, I wish to express
my sincere appreciation to the United Nations Resident Coordinator, the UN country team, and all partners for your steadfast commitment and the very commendable efforts you continue to make in complementing and supporting Uganda's national development agenda. Honorable members, it is both encouraging and heartening to note the significant contribution that the United Nations system has made across our priority sectors. The progress we have registered in areas such as the refugee response, justice, law and order, energy, and environmental management reflects the value of coordinated action and the shared purpose. These achievements are important, but also remind us that much more remains to be done. As we move forward, it will be critical to fully integrate our joint reporting and accountability processes into Uganda's national performance reporting framework. And this will not only strengthen coherence and efficiency, here I mean we shall avoid duplication and wastage of resources, but also ensure that our collective efforts are better aligned with the national priorities and deliver measurable results for our people. One message has come out clearly from our discussions today. That is, working together and not in silos is the only way we will achieve the transformation we need. Our future success depends on sustained collaboration, mutual trust, and a shared commitment to implementation. Let me therefore thank each one of you for your dedication, your hard work, and your continued partnership. Let us thank all the presenters since morning for the good work well done. We value your support and we look forward to deepening this collaboration in the years ahead. Together, through joint effort and shared resolve, we can accelerate progress and take Uganda to the next level. I thank you. I want to talk about tomorrow's program so that we can call it a day. So tomorrow is day 2. I request members to come in time, at least by 8 or 8:15, so that we can start at 8:30. We shall start with presentations. As you are aware, can I request the Minister for General Duties to continue with the mobilization and your team? Tomorrow we expect a number of ministers. We expect Minister of Local Government, of course, item 3, non-state actors, and Ministry of Agriculture under the agro-industrialization program. We shall expect Honorable Roos to come back. Please come back tomorrow. Under sustainable extractives program and sustainable energy, help us to mobilize Honorable Norbert Mau. Of course, we shall continue to have administration of justice program, then human capital development and social protection under the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Education and Sports. We shall have integrated transport infrastructure and services program. We expect the Honorable Minister of Works, Katumba himself, digital transformation. We are lucky Honorable Chris Bariomunsi is here and I believe is fully mobilized. Technology transfer and development. Honorable Musenero was given permission to travel, but I believe we shall have good representation. Manufacturing program, that is Ministry of Trade, community mobilization and mindset change. We expect you tomorrow. And then tomorrow we also expect to have responses from ministers in charge of programs, tourism, natural resources and environment, of course, urbanization, that is from the Ministry of Lands. We shall have governance and security, public sector transformation, that is Ministry of Public Service, Honorable Mururi Mukasa or Honorable Mary Mugasa. Honorable Matia Kasaija is expected tomorrow on development plan implementation, DPI program, and many others. Honorable members, I want to thank you once again for today. Let me ask my people or the Secretariat to guide me whether there are special announcements from the MC. Thank you so much. I want to recognize the RDCs. The RDCs, for the first time, we have had this opportunity to be the leaders of government business. You know, I was an RDC. Hope we are doing well. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a bigger round of applause to our chief convener, who has also been our session chair, and 80% the MC of the day. So, ladies and gentlemen.
No, before that, can I ask members that you come
group
forward?
Picture, yes, please.
And we have a photo moment.
Yes, Chair. I was just going to say that. Let's have that. And also, the Right Honorable Prime Minister. In that, I will request the UN team, the UN country team. After this picture, the UN country team and our development partners will join in. Let's first have this picture of this particular panel, the steering committee. Let's have this picture.
Excuse me, let me also make an announcement that the Karamoja team, the members of parliament, the LC5 RDC, and the chief administrative officers, we shall have a meeting. I don't know which conference room, but let's have it at midday. Because we have many sessions in the morning, we can move out at midday. Is that okay? Yes, that's fine.
All right, so let's have this picture, and then I will invite you right here. And then I will also invite our development partners and the UN country team. And the very last picture will be with the mayors, because we never had a picture earlier in the morning. with the Prime Minister and the mayors. The LC5 chairpersons did. We also had the RDCs. The mayors, get prepared after the picture with the UN country team. We will then have the mayors coming through. Honorable Mary Mugasa, I think please come in the middle so that we balance that picture very well. Honorable Mugasa, back in the middle there. Honorable Leonard, RC Leonard Zulu dwarfs people, just like Honorable Chris Baryomunsi. Minister General Duties, yes, please. And then we have tea outside. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow let's turn in early because by 8:30, we will be starting because it's an action-packed day. Minister General Duties, the Deputy Executive Secretary, UNECA. We will then have the UN country team. And lastly, mayors, we will have this picture immediately after. Minister for Karamoja, you have remained seated. Please, let's have you in this picture. And then we will have the UN country team and our mayors. Please, the mayors, stay behind. This is a very instrumental picture that we will need. Okay, now let's all eyes to the paparazzi right there. Honorable Ekuya, please. Yes, please. Come through. Oh, sorry. All our ministers who have stayed behind, you may not have been on the panel, but please, if you are the minister, you are a minister, please come, take this picture together with the UN country team. Our Deputy Head of Public Service, please. Our Deputy Head of Public Service. I kindly request that you join this picture because this is very important. Our Deputy Head of Public Service. Let's extend to this side. Please make sure you're not in the crop zone when we are trying to fit the picture. So as we take this picture, please remember to register to be able for us to note your attendance. Please remember to register both online. Endeavor to get your tags, ladies and gentlemen, because as we draw closer to the end, security becomes tighter, and without your cards, it might be a little bit hard for you to access. So if you didn't register online, please go ahead and register so that we can have your tag ready and processed for you. And tomorrow, each one of us will have our tags. Our drivers, our bodyguards, our support staff, we are specially organizing for your meal so that you don't get inconvenienced. And the marina parking is where this is going to all be prepared, even tomorrow and the day after. All right, now the mayors, please. I know some of the mayors have left, but please, very finally, all our mayors who are still here, let's have this picture finally. Our dear ministers, please do not leave. The mayors would like to have a picture with you. And as this picture goes on with the Prime Minister and the mayors and the ministers available, please, Honorable Baryomunsi, Dr. Baryomunsi, Minister General Duties, don't go away. Honorable Amongi, our ministers, please, let's get back and take this picture, at least with the mayors who are here. To our Secretariat and Organizing Committee, we are meeting in the documentation room to just have a review of day one. Also, ladies and gentlemen, scan the QR code and give us your feedback about day one. If there is anything that we can make better tomorrow and the day after, that will be very good for us. Lunch, breakfast. That one, I don't think it has been prepared for. Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for turning up. Have journey masses. Tomorrow, we will definitely be starting much earlier. May God bless you as we get to meet again tomorrow. And Johnny masses to you. Until tomorrow, God bless you.